Hey, 5 minutes is long enough for a shower? I was actually, funny enough, I was looking for my arm sleeves because I don't want to show off my bare arms or my lion arms. Get it? It's like bear except bear. Okay, dumb joke, but what's up, Joe Blah? We'll be watching when I get back. Nice. We'll be here for the next few hours because I got your project to work on plus a couple personal projects. What's up, Wildcard? Thank you so much for re-upping your membership. And then Skeletor over in Twitch chat. Welcome, welcome. I had everything all set to go except for where my my sleeves were. Hopefully you guys can't hear the fan in the background. It's been kind of hot here, but I can... oh, it does look like it's picking it up. I can turn it off and just crank my AC a little bit more. I accidentally muted myself. Energy drink for the day. I'm trying out these unsweetened 0-calorie highball energy grapefruit. See, look at this. 0 calories, man. I saw a new doctor this week, and he told me I need to watch my carb intake. So that means no sugar. Let's see how this is. Not as much flavor as I wanted, but it's cold and bubbly, so that's really all that I want. What's up, Shaq? All right, you can't hear the fan. I'm going to go turn it down. Sorry, hang on a second. I was watching the voice meter to see how it picked up the fan. So we'll just do it all the way off. Try to reduce background noise. We'll be a professional. New rival season tomorrow. Yeah, there's also a new RimWorld expansion tomorrow, so I'm gonna be streaming that. But maybe we can play Rivals sometime soon. I do miss Rivals. I've been working on so many other projects. So much real life stuff's really been keeping me from working on stuff. Like playing games with friends and stream stuff. Man. I almost wish I could play like another video and work on this at the same time. We might still do that, but royalty-free playlist by White Bat Audio uploaded 5 hours ago. Not good enough for me. Okay, so we got some background noise now. New Tony Hawk is peak. That's awesome. I saw he was playing at the X Games this year. Like, this is his first time in like 20 years he's been to an X Games. You can hear how squeaky my chair is, too. Shaq spamming and stealing my crown. Well, you'll just have to contribute more to get a crown. I can't even say it with a straight face. Man. Alright, let me put Jinx away, since that's what I was last working on. I am tempted to take these stupid sleeves off. I am burning up today. We still need to do some work on Jinx. But that's a personal project. We'll put her aside to work on our commission, which is in the thumbnail. It's this Yoruichi from Neko Figurines. Oh wait, there it is. I thought it showed your re-up earlier, but hey, you know what? Anyways, thank you so much for 8 months of apprenticeship there, Wildcard. I should have had a picture, I guess, ready that I could show the camera. The other thing I'm going to get, I want a camera that's right here pointing forward, so you have like a top-down view and then like close to a POV view of what I'm working on, so that way you guys can see it. This print took me 5 plates on the new printer. The new printer has a slightly smaller build area, but this is still going to be a pretty cool and pretty intricate print. And I hope I didn't, I might have undersold myself on, how much I charged for this. I also accidentally reprinted the same part twice, but that's fine. We can use one as like a test piece. Also, one piece. Oh wait, no, that was normal. So, Yoruichi is the hot, dark-skinned character from Bleach. If you guys have never seen Bleach, it's how my printer is. Small as fuck. Printer table. It's only slightly smaller than the Saturn III, but it's just slightly smaller enough that it's frustrating. Speaking of my Saturn III, I think the screen on it, the LCD screen, is finally going. I'm getting like weird light blurring issues. Where my resin isn't printing right, and it's creating like random sheets and flakes in the build. And like I haven't been, after I printed Saba, which I still need to put pictures of Saba up. After I printed Saba, I have not been able to get my Saturn III to do anything correctly. It's kind of annoying. But holy cow, this looks like a lot when I show it. So we've got the base. F what? Oh, F for the Saturn III, yes. Yeah, a new screen is $130 on from the manufacturer, plus the downtime for me to take the printer apart and put it together, hopefully correctly. So, we've got this big base that she's going to sit on, some really cool smoke effects that go onto the base. And then we've got, well, it sounds like a nozzle problem. Yeah, except for it's a resin printer, so there's no nozzles. It's a problem with the projector. So, and then we got all these lightning effects. So that's what these little Sharingan looking things, the triple Tomoes. I don't know where they all plug in together, but when this thing is done, it's gonna look really cool, and I just really hope I can paint it correctly. But it's gonna be, I think it'll be easy enough, because like she wears just this leotard single piece bodysuit thing, which is black. She's got dark skin, you know, so it's gonna be dark brown. All the lightning is gonna be whites and yellows. Her hair is purple. And then the preview pictures show this being like a whitish, bluish color, so we should be able to make it happen. And then, of course, the thigh highs are going to be the same color as the bodysuit. Just a lot of little pieces, but this will be cool because unlike the Korin print that I still need to go back to and work on, I'll pretty much be able to show the whole process from print to completion, because the 16K has a camera that records the time-lapse, so I have all the time-lapses of all these parts being printed already. So I'll be able to show everything from beginning to end, like what a whole print looks like. Hang on, I'm not quite 100% yet. I need to grab my trash can, my little mini trash can, and then we'll be ready to go. Sorry. 1 second. Hey, what's up, Mercenary? I had a problem like that once. I have to check my bookmarks. Well, I'm in the Discord for the printer, and a couple of people have said, like, yeah, it sounds like it's your LCD screen. Unfortunately, we'll have to buy a new screen. But then, like, one of the guys said, like, oh, you should do more testing to make sure. And I'm like, what other testing is there? And then he never replied to me. So... have I cleaned it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have. Alright. I'm still looking for a civil suit lawyer. I'm sorry you haven't found one yet. I've not heard back from my lawyer relative, if I can help you there. But I'm not super close to my great uncle, so he might have saw the letter from me and just be like, nah. Have I tested my printer for diabetes? If I knew how to do that, I would. Alright. Oh. I gotta remember to do my stuff up here so you guys can see it. So. We're gonna be real careful getting the supports off the skin, because we want smooth, sexy anime girl skin. Is that my old people have given me consent to use their library cards to speed up the printing process. Nice. That'll make things easier. Oh, the dude said I needed more tests. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Oh, so like I got laid off. Still haven't found a new job. But I've been still going to the doctor because I have Cobra, which is just continued benefit coverage of my insurance. I'm like, okay, now you need to go here to do a blood test. So I go to the hospital for a blood test, and the hospital's like, your insurance is rejected. And the hospital is telling me that I need, like, a Cobra number, but the Cobra website said, oh, hey, just use your same insurance card because it's the continuation of the same plan. So I don't know what was going on. But it was really frustrating because I had to delay a test. Sorry you lost your job. I made an announcement about it. It's okay. I didn't do anything wrong. I got laid off. The economic situation isn't super great. But what can you do? There's part one of her hair. The other thing that's crazy too is how much Cobra costs. I'm gonna tilt this up just a little bit. If anything, I just want a job so I have, I have insurance again. I did find a solution for avoiding the self-docs on the Etsy store. So it does look like I can change my shipping information on Etsy from my personal address to a P.O. box, and then I can change the name that ships from it too. So that's something I'm gonna look into how much a P.O. box costs tomorrow, and probably pick one up. And then starting next week, I could be like, "Hey, go to my Etsy store, and you can buy one of these figures that I've printed." You know, I guess it's kind of like merch sales. So there's her hair. Her head's obviously going to be sandwiched in there. The key right there goes into the forehead. Ow. I'm careful not to hurt myself with my sharp X-Acto knife. These supports come off pretty nicely. I'm thinking maybe the ABS like might be a little too hard, and I might I might just want to go to like standard 8K resin. You know, something that releases a little bit easier from the supports, but still have like the high quality 8K, no shrinkage. Man, I love it when they put supports on like spots that you're gonna cover up because they connect to the body. So like, I'm not gonna have to do a whole lot of sanding on this piece. We'll have to sand these like bumps down so that way it connects to the body just fine. And I wouldn't be surprised if I have to use a little bit of model putty to make the connection smooth and seamless. Just like tiny little, I don't even know if the camera can catch that. Just tiny little bumps if I tear it. So I'm not gonna tear it. We'll just use the knife flat against the surface so that way we don't rip anything out. I've tried recalibrating my resin to try to make it so it releases easier, but that's why I think the ABS like isn't doing me any favors. Because it's a stronger resin, it might just be making too strong of a connection. Get the heel of her thigh high down. Oops. Okay. We'll have to do a little work on the back of her leg. Those didn't come off super cleanly. But that's okay. It's just like one line of little bumps. I tried going to my local game store this week for Final Fantasy cards, but they are completely sold out. But I did hear that they are doing another print run of the Final Fantasy set. The problem is we're going to have to wait a few months because they're printing their current set plus all the supplemental products. So their printers are a little busy, but they're telling me that this Final Fantasy set was the highest selling Final Fantasy set of all, or Magic the Gathering set of all time. And I don't mean just like he did these hand grabs where he's like, oh, it wasn't like one was here and the other was like here. He like stood up to like raise his hand towards the ceiling. Like, it's top. Nothing has sold as much as the Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering set. So as much as I was a stinker about Universes Beyond and the Fortnite of card games or whatever. It looks like that's what everyone wants to play and buy, so... I mean, I've never heard of Wizards doing, like, another print run of a set. Like, I've heard them, like, doing bigger prints for sets depending on, like, pre-release expectation. Hey, what's up, Exodus? But... yeah, apparently nothing like Final Fantasy. I heard FF set is being pretty nutritious. I don't know what you mean by that, but sure. See, I need to... I don't know what causes this on the resin printing. I don't know if it's like under cured or there's too much pull force, but it creates this slight dimpling effect sometimes. So we're gonna have to sand out her thigh. My Shiranui print has the same thing on the front of her leg. Like, instead of just like leaving little divots where the supports were, it looks like it actually pulled the surface as it cured. Air will create pockets that aren't filled in. Like I think I showed you my Bibu model where like she had like holes in her nose. That's what air will do. That's the start. That's a nice deep key. Probably because the whole model is gonna rest on that leg connection right here, but so far so good. It would have been cool if I printed this her hand in transparent, or if I even printed all the lightning effects in transparent and dyed it yellow or something. Sorry, I'm dialed in trying to pull all this off cleanly. You gotta be careful when the supports are supporting teeny little pieces like that. Yeah, printing anime characters is really cool, but then like really thin pieces like the hair and the special effects can be really fragile. Ideally, I would like to learn how to make my own supports. So that way I can get around certain issues that I have with the pre-supports. Because you can't calibrate the pre-supports. I mean, ideally, you would like to have the supports match your type of resin settings. Because there is a calibration tool in Chi2 Box to match, or to do a bunch of support calibrating, so you can see what supports work with your resin better. So it would be cool to learn how to support my own, so that way I can pick the right type of supports. Basically, you kind of want them heavy on the bottom where they're printing, and then the lightest, smallest, most delicate ones touching the model. So that way they leave as little marring and contact as possible. Connects like that. So I would have printed this whole piece translucent to make it look more like a special effect. Alright, I actually printed that piece twice, so I'll save that one as backup. Won't waste time on it right now. Let's work on the head. Get the ears, the back of the head. Oh, at least my Saturn III Ultra printed out Saba right before giving up. Maybe I'll do a video of replacing the LCD screen. Or I'll stream it. Everything is content. Like, you guys can see me fumble with screws and stuff. It just feels weird that the projector would be burnt out after not even owning it for a year. Oh, I could maybe look at my warranty information. Her head printed absolutely perfectly. We got the eyes, the eyebrows sculpted. And a common spot where I'll get air bubbles is on the nose, but her nose is perfectly printed. Oh, cool. We got 2 keys for the back of the head. I like the sculpted eyes. Way easier to paint than a blank face. So I don't have to freehand the eyes. Alright, we'll work on getting these pieces off. Wasn't looking where I was going and almost nicked myself. Hey, what's up, Daniel? Weeb. Weeb almost exactly describes what I am. Yeah, the printer still works. It's just, and I don't even think it's the projector that's down, it's the screen. So there's the projector that shoots the UV light, the screen on top, the thin film at the bottom of the resin vat, the resin, and then the build plate. So the screen isn't focusing the UV light correctly, so I'm getting UV light bleeding over where it's not supposed to, and it's curing random bits of resin in my vat. So it's not printing the models correctly. So I've had some crumble, I've had some have a whole bunch of extra stuff stuck to it. Like, I have pictures, but like, you know how there's these long, thin supports? Well, one of them was literally, it looked like a stack of pancakes. Like, it wasn't even like a solid, like, super thick column. It was like a stack of like flaky little bits of partially dried resin instead of an actual support column. Like, it's doing some really weird stuff. But I've printed so much on it, you know, that I have been I have been working it really hard. So I guess my prices were supposed to, I mean, you're supposed to include like wear and tear and maintenance of your machines and your prices and stuff, so. And my prices seem to be pretty fair, except I think I'm undervaluing my labor by doing all this post-process work per model. But my customers have, like this whole last week, I've gotten a bunch of reviews on the store, and people are very happy with how little work they have to put into the print before they start painting it. Like, they're pretty close to, you know, ready to paint out of the box. Like, just prime it and go, which is what I want to do. But when I'm taking, you know, hours to do this, and even if I, you know, valued my time at like $20 an hour. Do I still have warranty on the printer? I'll have to look. Supposedly there's a hour life that the projector is good for, or the screen is good for, but I haven't found what that number is, and I don't know how to look up on my printer how many hours that it's been on for. The new printer, it's pretty easy. It tells you like at the start of every print, like, hey, you've done X number of layers, X number of hours with the projector, blah, like, you know, so you know how, and I kind of like it. I know how much wear I'm putting on the 16K printer, you know. But if it's just the screen, you know, you just gotta take the screws off, take the case apart. There's a ribbon cable. You separate the ribbon cable, take the screen out, put the new screen in, put the new Mylar tape around it, put the ribbon back on, put it all back together. You know, so it'll be a, you know, an afternoon project. It's not gonna be a multi-day thing. It might not even be a whole afternoon project. It might be like building a computer where you're done in like, you know, let's say an hour. There's a lot of screws on these things. And I'm pretty meticulous to make sure I don't screw anything up. Maybe it's an impossible project that involves traveling 6 miles. I had to resist. When I 3D print a model, it's only printing flakes. No, it prints part of the model, but in some places there'll be like voids where nothing printed, and then other pieces there was like, instead of a solid support, I had a bunch of flakes, like pancakes, just stacked on each other. It was really weird. I gotta say, when I had to cancel on Tuesday, just because I've been not feeling good, health stuff. You know, what else is new? Tummy aches. Oh, no, I don't mind repeating. Hopefully my audience doesn't mind. I was so tempted on Tuesday when I said I'm not going to stream, was to be like, due to unforeseen consequences, I can't stream. See you guys Thursday. Well, it's probably for the best I didn't make that joke, because the dude's been gone almost a week. So he got a vacation or something bad happened. What's the printer brand? It's Elegoo. It's the Saturn III Ultra. I appreciate you doing tech support for me while I'm doing this part. You got a new dad joke? Alright, let's hear the new dad joke. I like dad jokes. I should make that a command on like the Streamlabs bot. That we type like ! dad joke, and then the bot spits out a new joke. Can't believe I got arrested just because I was angry about my undercooked preserves. I just took one out and shouted at the cashier, "This is a robbery." Robbery. Oops. And my hands just felt like throwing that away. Hey, what's up, Don? Is this the Pokemon's Mista? No? It's Yoruichi from Bleach. Is what we're working on. She's a commission for someone to paint and print. Hey, what's up, Joe? Speaking of, what'd you miss? Just me talking about one of my printers dying. Not the one that printed Yoruichi, thankfully. That printer's still working. But we're working on the body parts. So we got. I figure I ordered shall arrive shortly today. Nice. I need to put a sale on my store or something because I haven't gotten any sales all week. I got a bunch of 5-star reviews, so the people who have ordered from me have gotten, you know, like what they got, but now I need more customers. Especially if I'm going to replace the screen on my printer. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty big print when she's finished, Joe. She has shiny stockings, like 8 faces. Oh, cool. Some of the figures that I have do have alternate faces. I'm just too lazy to print all of them. Better keep your coat on because you're so cool. Wow, it's been hot here. Sorry to hear about the printer. It's probably okay. It's probably user error, or I've just, you know, I've been having it do solo for the Etsy store. You know, maybe I've just run it out too much. I'll have to look into the warranty. If it's still under warranty, it'd be pretty sick if I could just like send it in and get a new one. You know, factory reset it. You know, don't let any of my print files disappear. Oh. The last thing I got it to successfully print was Saba, and she came out really well. So if that's it, then that's it. Hey, what's up, Nabil? How are you doing? Non-architect. I guess it would have been cool to go to school to be for architecture. Just something I didn't have like as many interests as a teenager as I do now. I didn't know as much about the world then as I do now. About how cool some jobs would have been and how boring the jobs I wanted would become. I never had any interest. I suffered my entire life. Oh, to be an architect? I'm sorry you suffered, Nabil. Suffered? No, I can't do the PPP voice. Oh well, I am probably gonna like watch a tutorial how to paint lightning, so I can make, I can make all these special effect pieces come to light. I'm thinking, if it's anything like drawing or doing it in Photoshop, it's gonna be like the highlighted edges are where most of the color is going to be, and then like the middle pieces are where it's going to be more white. But also, thankfully, the color scheme is going to be quite simple because it's black clothes, brown hair, or I'm sorry, black clothes, brown skin, purple hair, yellow lightning, and then the base. Alright. White Bat Audio. I like this one. Have I considered printing lightning? If I had a lightning print, I would paint her, or print her. Yeah. I just got a whole bunch of new files to print recently, since it's the start of the month. Well, it was the start of the month a week ago. Last week, I got a whole bunch of new files to print, so. Lightning would be cool. I've never played Final Fantasy 13, but I like Lightning's design. I mean, pink hair is like peak character design. But like, seeing her card in the Final Fantasy set, you DM'd me? I'll take a look. I might take a look right now, actually. Speaking of Final Fantasy, the only game I bought on the Steam summer sale was Time Break Chronicles. And let me tell you, if you ever wanted to play like a Final Fantasy Slay the Spire, this is absolutely it. Alright, I'll try I've done everything else that... I'm doing a quick scroll through this. I've done everything on here except a fresh bottle of resin, but I'm using the same resin that I printed Sabo with, so I don't know why my resin would have done this. And I have a Saturn 3 Ultra. You sent me troubleshooting on the 4, which is okay. I can show you what I'm dealing with. I don't have the pictures on hand, but... I've been using Bing's AI for my 3D problems so far, and all the sites helps a ton. Yeah, I can see where it's helpful. I've also been using, I've just been using Discord, because the community is quite helpful. Will I be buying the Final Fantasy VII Air Forces? No? I'm unemployed. I'm not throwing my money at a whole bunch of stuff. I know people don't like 13, but I enjoyed 13 a lot, and I like Lightning as a character, but I may have bad taste. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. It's like, I like her design from what I've seen of it, and I like the cards that she's on. But yeah, like, I'm in the middle of summer. I did a heat wave, dude. Like, I don't think it's cold resin. I've already leveled the build plate, because that's like #1 troubleshooting for me when something fails. Like, the only thing on that list that you sent me for the Saturn 4 that I haven't been able to do is pour in a fresh bottle. But like, I was using a bottle of stuff that had already made a successful print. So worst case is it's a bad model file, like a corrupted file, which I hope not. I don't know how I would fix that. I guess re-download it from the guy. I don't know, when I showed pictures of the what was going on with my printer to the Discord, a lot of people are like, hey, my printer was looking like that before the screen died. So it keeps mentioning something about the ribbon cable. Hopefully, okay, well, hopefully nothing damaged by ribbon cable, but I don't know how anything would penetrate there. I've only had one spill and I cleaned it up pretty effectively. Jill was also nice from 13 for obvious reasons. Yeah, I like lightning for those internet reasons as well, Wildcard. If I think I'm catching your drift. They really were just pushing Shinichiro Watanabe with everything. Sony just announced he's helping with the new Ghost of Yotei. Is that the Cowboy Bebop director? I was kind of worried. I was accidentally about to pull off one of her hair pieces. And Lacris? You mean Lazarus? Which I heard was quite mid, which is unfortunate. Because I was pretty excited for it, and then I haven't watched it, so I'm just, I guess, repeating what other people have said. Mid, more like trash, really. Normies love it, anime fans hate it. Oh. What's up, Rebsy? Talk to Ann, he'll give you the details. I did see Ann get into like Twitter fights over it, but they save everyone. It was pointless. Alright, so unfortunately her hair didn't drain all the resin out of that hole, so that's why it's kind of wet. So I probably need to put that in the alcohol bath again. Sorry. Waiting to get all the burps out. I didn't realize how bubbly this seltzer was. And it's a seltzer energy drink. It's not a White Claw seltzer. I can't drink alcohol right now. Just ask Ann, he'll give you the TLDR. I don't want to ask him about it and frustrate him. I feel like the poor guy's like always on edge. And I don't want to be like, hey Ann, dude, do you mind telling me all about Lazarus? I'm too lazy to watch it. Oh well. At least Dan to Dan's next season started. I haven't watched it, but I did see the normies were getting filtered by being like, oh my god, Dan to Dan, blah 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 blah. I'm like, alright, yep, get out of here. What's up, Gondo? Dingus loves Lazarus? I didn't see any of that on my timeline. I'm just gonna stick to watching, Ann did a whole stream on why Lazarus is bad, the VOD is up, okay. Gondo loved it too, dude. Gondola doesn't watch anime. See, he doesn't. That's how I know you're lying. I really, if I can get that dimpling effect removed, then this process would be super easy. Whoa, what? Huh? I like the, if you watch Shroom or Sav, I like the, what the? They just randomly exclaim, it seems like. I guess it's another one. Dude, it's just kind of wild to me that he's been gone a week with no update. Is that Sav emote? No. It's an and emote. A what duh emote. It's perfect for this. Like the last time he took a week off, I think was when he got married. So it's just kind of truly a time in the dark side timeline. Yeah. It'll be interesting what it is, what he tells us when he comes back. This would be the longest he'll be MIA. I thought the Connecticut trip was a week. The planned Connecticut trip, I should say. Assuming this is an unplanned one. I'm enjoying the break. I mean, it's funny just seeing everyone immediately move on from DSP to other characters. Dude, he has a picture of him on Connecticut on Twitter. What is going on? That's crazy that if that's not a if that's not an AI generated picture, that the dude's stalking him in real life for content doesn't beat the allegations. I know the begging's gonna be off the charts. Yeah, he's gonna come back and be like, guys, I missed 5 days. You know what that is? That's 10 streaks. So can we get some subs? Or something like that. Over 3K tips incoming. Yeah, he's just gonna paint himself into a weird corner where he's gonna be like, everything I told PPP was a lie. Oh, actually, something happened to my parents. Hopefully not. It was completely unforeseen. Even though in the DMs he's like telling PPP, is like, my mom wants me to see her this year because it'll be the last time forever. But then like he tells his audience, he's like, no, I lied about my mom having cancer and Kat having cancer and me having cancer. So it's like, wait, how can you lie about this and then still have it come true within the same timeline? Kat's family is from Connecticut too. I thought they were from Michigan. Though, I'll be honest, my cat lore isn't as good. I don't know. I was with a lot of other people where it was like, oh, nice. Just like a little bit of detox. I don't know, catch up on like old Tevin streams or something. I was rewatching the Side Scrollers interview. Found that one pretty funny, especially when he cried about... was it Evil AJ who privated the This Is How You Don't Play video before Phil could watch it? And Phil was like, I wanted to watch it and it would have been fair use. And then he claims people like Evil AJ are stealing his content and violating fair use. I don't know. Would be funny if his questionable business spending got his bankruptcy investigated. I mean... It's always funny when it's something that's directly related to something he did and him getting in trouble for it, like not paying his taxes. That's, you know, that's funny because it was totally within... It was 100% within his own power and he had no one to blame, even though he tried to blame his tax attorney, tax guy, tax lawyer, accountant. Like, the guy went through so many titles in one stream. It was crazy. But, you know, it's funny when it's stuff that he does to himself. Not funny when it's... I don't know, Duty driving to Bridgeport to take pictures of him in public. And be like, see, this is how I know he's in... Like, I get it. I mean, it would be totally interesting to be a fly on a wall in the Burnell household and hear how he talks to his wife behind the scenes or something. But at the same time, too, it also just been like, oh, okay, well, we'll hear about it when we hear about it. You know. That one Comcast guy resetting his router was mildly amusing. Yeah, it was amusing until, like, the guy went to the farms to be like, yeah, that was me committing a crime. And creating, like, a huge... a huge divide in the community. Do we know if someone gave Duty the photos? I haven't seen the photos, so I don't know what's going on with Duty. I mean, he kind of hit the... I mean, Duty tweeted it himself. It was the come on, do something meme with Duty over the character with the stick and then put the stick poking Phil or Phil's tweet or something. Or like, I guess the dude's life just does revolve around, you know, making fun of the guy. And they, I mean, credit where credit's due. I mean, I thought it was pretty good that Duty continued making content even while demonetized, because Phil worked with Keemstar to get him demonetized, and then he got his monetization back. But, you know, so he kind of spits in the whole, I do this to make fun of you, I don't do it for the money only thing. And then you have Duty doing this whole taking pictures of him behind the scenes when he's been gone for a week. I don't know. I bet his internet is down for a week. I don't know. A week outage is pretty crazy. Also, what's up, Wet Floor? How you doing? Keemstar should keep to his own road. Yep. It's a shame he couldn't get Phil on LolCow Live. I think that would have been great. And Phil in his pursuit to be like, hey, I don't belong on LolCow Live. I belong on Side Scrollers. Nope, never mind. I belong on Kino Casino. Nope, never mind. I belong on the Level 1 podcast. He missed out and squandered so many other opportunities to be like, see, I can get along with other human beings. Oh, never mind. Doing good, keeping hydrated. Nice, nice. It would have been beneficial if Phil were on LolCow Live. Dude, $50,000 from Keemstar to go to like do, was it like one episode? And then like Phil's cope about that on the Side Scrollers is like, oh, I wasn't gonna do it unless Keemstar signed a contract because I don't want to agree to something over the phone and then get screwed behind the scenes. So did you make PPP sign a contract before you went on Kino Casino? The 50K is blood money? Yeah. Apparently. Just like we're too good for sponsorship money, we just gotta take money from people like Jade. The Muppet Arlo is finally back too. I don't know who that is. Alright. Rough dry fit right here. Oh! And by rough dry fit, I mean perfect? First try? Okay, so we have wind effect on a base of rubble. And then I think her leg? Oh, her leg goes like this. See, I need a better camera to show off. Yeah, I'll just drop it right on my knife. Okay. Also, while having advertising links on his streams. Yeah, to like garbage he has in the background. This is a pretty cool sculpt now that I got it off the supports and I can show it off. I definitely need a better camera or another angle. The camera at another angle. Well then, like, he also talked himself out of getting money from PPP to take Kat to Florida. All he had to do was like meet up with, you know, Ashton at a bar and get some drinks. It was like, we could go to the Hogan's bar. We can do an IRL stream. Like all this stuff that Phil talked about that he wanted to be able to do, but he's too afraid of doing, and PPP gave him an opening for it. I was like, some of that 50K could have been used to take Kat on a honeymoon. Yeah, 50K is a good amount of money. And the 5K from Mudahar? Wait, Mudahar offered DSP $5,000 for what? Hey, what's up, Skeletor? For an interview? Mudahar offered him $5,000 to do an interview and he turned it down? Dude, that's wild that people are willing to pay to interview you. Big channels, too. And we know he's not beyond lying on an interview like he did for, Side Scrollers. A lie isn't answered. I love it when artists do this. We got the artist logo and signature on the bottom here. Quartering paid Phil? I thought Phil was doing the quartering for, Reputation Rehab. Did he make Was it Jake James Lugo or Air Raid Lord who also interviewed him? Did he make those guys pay him too? Why am I in a Discord VC when no one is joining? So the little character on the bottom right hand of the screen reacts to when I talk into Discord. So this is the best way I have it to, because I can't show my model on this computer. I just don't have a third camera to do that right now. So this is my workaround. It was Lugo. Did he charge Lugo to interview him? Hey Gondola, do you want to interview me? It's only gonna cost you $50. Like, that's just so... Oh, it's so gross. Okay. So she connects like that. Oh, just one piece to the base there. So, I don't know where the other lightning pieces go. Let's... Oh, this looks like they connect right here. Oh. Yeah, I don't know either. It's just crazy. Pretty sure Quarter Pounder paid the guy. Yeah, and then what? Went into debt selling coffee brand coffee. Okay, so what goes in there? Oh, wait, hang on. These have slots on the top of them. No, that doesn't fit. Did these go on the top? Sorry, I'm trying to like fit everything together, and I think the lightning, like, I think these stack on each other. Kind of looks right. So there's one more. I almost like need to number these. I don't know if that's right though, because it's pretty flimsy. I almost need to look at a picture again. We're gonna start putting her in the curing station, and while she's curing, I'll probably work on Jinx a little bit. But I need to... Let me see. Colts 3D, Neko Figurines, Yoruichi. This one. Okay, I've found a picture. So some of them do stack on each other. That was correct. So there's a lightning effect in front. That one's too small. That one's too small. We know this one goes in the back. Oh, I see. I think I see. It's supposed to be how archaeologists train themselves. What's up, Soul Karens? How are you doing today? Oh, almost. Okay. Yeah, garage kits don't come with assembly instructions. It's something I've thought about, like, offering my customers as a screen of, like, how to put it all together. But even I'm confused. I even have a picture of it in front of me and I can't figure it out. Oh, okay. So that's the start. I almost need to label these, I think. Okay, so there's... These two have branches that come off the edges here. Actually, all of our lightning kind of does this. Right, left, right. Okay, so this one goes here. So then there's this one up here. There's, oh, there's only one left, so this one here? Yeah, oh my god. We'll have to sand it down in a couple of spots. Hang on, I need to get my camera focused so I can see what I'm doing. This is why I want another camera angle, because like you're getting a top down and you just see like the thin backdrop. But what I'm trying to show you guys is the 5 lightning sigil thing going on behind her. See if I can hold all this together. Try to get a shot of all of her. Hey, what's up, Infamous? We're working on Yoruichi from Bleach, and I'm trying to show off a hat. I need to find a better way to show off what I'm doing. I need a second camera. I need to like make a throne and update it. But, we're looking pretty cool. Oh, this is gross. I'm gonna throw that out. I mean, we're looking... That's 11 inches from base to the top of the lightning effect. And then like almost 7 inches. I need a harness camera or something. What I'm thinking of doing is like my chest points out from right here. So I'm thinking is the edge of my desk is about 5 inches from my hand here. So I think if I just got a little webcam and mounted it shooting right here head on, then I can have a frontal view, which is kind of like a POV view, and then you guys can have the top-down view, which is what I got going on right now. Gonna have to make room. Yeah, do you have super glue, and are you comfortable gluing her? Because I'm wondering, like, if I ship her complete... Like, this back piece is pretty flimsy and loose. Yeah, like, if you had to glue her, it would just be the leg and right there. I never have to run out and get some. I don't mind. Yeah, I'm just thinking of like how to ship this to you. Without it breaking. Well, you know what? I will tell you this. Have some super glue on hand anyway, just in case some of it does break on its way to you. I mean, I'm going to use a ton of wrapping paper to make her... bubble wrap to make her get there safely, but who knows what the postal carriers do these days with their packages. So yeah. I use Gorilla Glue. I find that to work pretty well on this stuff. Steam is down, so I'm here now. Wait, why is it down on a Thursday? Doesn't it usually go down on a Tuesday? What's up, Corax? How are you doing? But yeah, if you have super glue, Joe, then I can like color code or put like numbered tape or something, like masking tape, so it doesn't rip anything off. I had to fax a situ recently, but the tube was mostly dry. Oh yeah, I ran into that issue with another customer where he's like, "Hey, what glue should I use on this? I tried using Gorilla Glue and it's not working." And I'm like, "I use Gorilla Glue all the time." And then I got him to admit, I was like, "Oh, I'm using an old tube of Gorilla Glue." I was like, "Oh yeah, it's probably lost some of its potency." So yeah, you got to make sure it's a still fresh tube. What's up, Lewis? How are you doing? Bleach Complete Series on digital is $99.99 right now. Nice. I stopped watching Bleach after the Aizen arc. Like, once Aizen had been subdued, I was like, alright, the show's over for me. The big bad has gotten... I'm due to buy a new one anyway. Nice. Alright. I think that's what I'll recommend then. So that way, I'll try to put it all mostly together. Because I might be able to glue... Ichigo Kid Arc is way... Is that too far for me? Is that like turning Goku into a kid? Is way too far for me for Bleach. Yeah. TYBW is pretty good. I don't know what that is. So yeah, if I could ship this all put together, and all you'd have to do is glue it to the base. That way I don't have to worry about these connectors or any of the connectors getting snapped. So... And I could like glue this backdrop, not glue, I could tape this backdrop to like a piece of cardboard to also like prevent some of the flexing. I think that's what I'll do. I have everything Bleach, the complete series, the 4 movies, plus 1,000 Year Blood War, all 3 parts. Nice. Oh, TYBW's 1,000 Year Blood War. Is Bleach worth it? I was like 10 when it finished, so missed out. Bleach is alright. It kind of like starts itself off as like looking like a Yu Yu Hakusho kind of show, which is intriguing, and then it quickly turns into like a DBZ clone. Bleach is not done. The manga's still going. Okay. I wasn't super gripped by it, I'll be perfectly honest, Infamous. So, I only watched it up to a certain point just to be like, okay, I'm done with it. Yeah, I don't know. Main character just wasn't that interesting. Bleach has a lot of really cool side characters. Some of them get fleshed out. Some of them get completely ignored. It's kind of like Naruto in that aspect, too. Naruto had a lot of... I hated Naruto as a character, but all the side characters and even the villains were super interesting. So like, and the world building is in Naruto is pretty cool too. So at least in the until Shippuden, then Shippuden is like, I don't know. I wasn't a fan of Shippuden either. Haven't watched much Boruto. Man, where did... yeah, I don't know where I would consider the end of Naruto for me. Like, for me, Bleach, like, ended with Aizen getting captured. It is good. I'm rewatching the whole series, and I already watched the show once. There's 406 episodes of Bleach. That's a lot of Bleach. I don't know. When I say it's like DBZ, I guess it just has like a lot of shonen tropes, because the characters all have like a transformation, which is the Bankai. You have the Reiatsu, which is like your power level. A couple of fighters have like gimmicks, but for the most part, it's just... Oh, and there's like really cool flashy effects, but it really comes down to like really high, fast, really quick, like hand-to-hand combat. Which is like, I would think DBZ would revolve more around the characters like, oh, I could charge up enough energy and blow up the earth. You know, Frieza was capable of doing that. But then instead, like, a lot of the fights just come down to fast hand-to-hand punching and kicking and crap and teleporting. Which, and I guess like Bleach is cool because it's swords and similar weapons, but I don't know. I guess it's all right. Not trying to be a hater. Aizen is still important. Wild if true. Or maybe it's like World of Warcraft, where it's like, oh crap, we gotta bring back a bad guy that we got rid of already. I don't know. Aizen, I thought, was just a beautifully written villain. And his villain reveal was really cool. I don't know, I just like the idea, you know, of someone who, you know, the Shinigami live forever. That's someone who is hundreds of years old, supposedly, like, actually making plans for, I don't know, world domination. But, like, having overarching plans to, like, achieve that and not just... Actually, now I'm seeing, like, now I'm thinking about it right now, I'm seeing all the DBZ tropes just replayed in Bleach, because, like, Frieza trying to get the Dragon Balls for immortality. Doesn't Aizen try to get the freaking, whatever that gem thing was, to make himself immortal? One Piece did it with Buggy. Oh, making first villains back as anti-heroes. Yeah, I guess DBZ does the same thing with Vegeta. Alright guys, I'm gonna start throwing these pieces into the curing station. So I'm gonna be up and down, eat a little bit, but I'll still be here. Start with the big pieces first. Super, the tourney arc, Frieza is a good guy. I haven't watched Super, so... Dragon Ball started that with Yajirobe. Oh, I look like a fake fan because I forget that Yajirobe exists. He was the fat guy with the katana, right? Kind of a womanizer. Oop. Got pinged in the Elegoo support. Hang on. Uh-oh. Tien, Piccolo, Vegeta, Frieza, Oolong, Yamcha, Boo. Everybody uses a katana in Bleach. I think there is some variation to the weapons in Bleach. Soy Fun, my waifu from Bleach, she uses the little needle thingy, which ironically turns into a giant bazooka when she bankais, which is pretty funny. There was a robust Soy Fon statue I saw on Etsy too. Hey, let me know if you're interested. If it's a file I can print. But we'll have to see how it goes with Yoruichi first. Looking at the size of this, I'm thinking I might have undervalued my my labor going into this. I don't know. But also, I don't have a whole lot of commissions to put under my portfolio, so I guess I can do this. I have a couple other painting things. It'll work out. I just really want to make the lightning sigil effect look cool. That is my... If I can do that, should be fine. So, once I get all the parts cured, we'll come in and we'll start sanding and putting in resin droplets and spot curing to get things like her leg and her arm and her back smoothed out. We'll sand down the keys. That's what I call the square pegs that go into the holes here. So we'll so everything will fit nice and snug. But yeah, we're gonna take our time on on the skin bits and make those look nice and sexy, and then I don't know, anywhere that looks a little rough, I'll try to sand down a little bit. So maybe a couple of these lightning spots. There's a couple little holes. I'll fill in all those bits too. But yeah, this will be cool. I'll be able to show everything from... Obviously, I'm not showing you the curing station part, but it's pretty boring. It goes in a... I have a yellow translucent box that has a bunch of lights that shoot UV light at the thing to cure it. And it looks like a neon blue color, so that's all there really is to that. Oh, I guess the other thing that we'll need to do is I'll need to use like model cement or model putty to fill in the drain holes on her butt there. Oh, I'm gonna go cure a couple more pieces, and while it's curing, I'm gonna dunk the hair, try to get the resin out of there so it's not trapped. So I'll take a couple of these pieces over. We'll get a little bit of shrinkage from the UV light, but that'll work in our favor. It'll just make things fit better. Hang on, I'll be right back. Ideally, it would be nice if I had my UV station near where I'm working, but between both printers with their filters and both computers now with all the peripherals for the computers, like I have tapped out of outlets in my apartment, so I have my UV station over there. You can't see where I'm pointing, but my UV station's over there where I put everything in to cure it. Oh, I'm going to take this. I'll be right back. Okay, I can't cure it while it's wet, so in about 30 minutes we'll check on the hair, make sure the hair is dry before we go to cure it. But yeah, when I go to paint, I'll try to fill in all the drain holes. So because this uses resin, not all the parts are printed completely solid to save on resources, and it also reduces suction power on the build plate, so that way pieces don't get peeled off. All this to say is you have to have drain holes so that way the resin can actually like leak out of the part, because you don't want trapped resin, because the resin actually off gases and it'll build up pressure and it'll actually explode. The last thing I want to do is send Joe Blah a painted statue and 6 months from now it explodes randomly. But yeah, so we'll use like milliputty or something to plug all the holes. What's up, Warlock? Plug all the holes in the print before we go to paint it, but I want to make sure it's completely dried and completely cured before we do all that. But that is the goal. Okay, so that finished curing. I changed gloves because I got some resin dropped on the other gloves, and the gloves will protect against it for some time, but these are actually really thin gloves, and the resin is actually caustic enough it'll eat through the gloves. So yeah, you gotta be careful about the resin stuff. Thankfully the burn on my hand is starting to heal. You can barely see the mark, and I have the other one over here. I'm keeping that one covered. It looks gross. But yeah, you gotta watch out for this resin stuff. So I don't want it to be I don't want to miss a hole and then Joe Blah looks at it later and then like resin drips out or something. So you don't want the statue to randomly explode. You want to keep to the set timer. Yeah, I'm sure. Forgot I do need my gloves for touching the uncured pieces. I mean, they look solid coming off the printer. They look solid right now, but the surface is still like a little sticky. That's because it's not 100% cured. It's like, I don't even know what percent cured. It's cured enough to where it's taken a solid enough shape. But once I put it in the UV station, it goes from like this kind of flimsy plastic to really solid pieces. So I'm getting a fresh pair of gloves on, and then we'll get back to curing. pieces and put them out on my patio to just cure in the sunlight before I throw them away. And I find it interesting that sunlight actually changes the color of the resin while it cures it. So like I have the beige resin, and it started to turn the beige resin white, like pink and then white in sunlight. Whereas this, once I put it in the UV station, it keeps the same color. So I wonder what the sunlight is doing that's different from the UV station to cure the parts. Yeah, next time I print her, I think I want to try to do all the lightning pieces in like a translucent yellow resin. That way I don't have to paint it. I could just let the translucent resin do its thing. I have clear translucent resin, but I guess it would look weird if she had like clear effects around her when it's clearly supposed to be lightning. Well, I guess technically lightning is more white than yellow, but when it's drawn and animated. Did I know Elon Musk is credited as a game dev on Cadillacs and Dinosaurs? I did not know that. I recently rewatched the Iron Man trilogy because it was on Hulu, and I was like, oh man, I haven't seen Iron Man in forever. And like, Iron Man 1 is the best Marvel movie, possibly hands down. It's such a great film. And I started watching Iron Man 2, and there's like this awkward scene where Tony introduces Elon Musk as Elon Musk, and Elon like mumbles something about electricity, and then they go on, and he like never shows up again later. And I get it, they've had well, I mean, I guess the big cameo character is Stan Lee to have in the Marvel films, but it was just weird to do that with Elon, I guess. I just thought it was a little shocking. Ironheart is fire. I've heard some people don't like Ironheart, and then I've heard some people like Ironheart. I haven't watched it, so I'm going to reserve judgment. I never went to see Thunderbolts either. I heard some people say Thunderbolts is pretty good, but then other people said Thunderbolts only seems good just because of the rest of recent Marvel has been trash. Ironheart is the meme? What do you mean the meme? You mean a meme? Or a specific meme? Couple more parts. Get the lightning on there. The wrist. What? The hand. Almost knocked it on my hand. That was a red for Reggie. A little yell. Persona series turns 30 next year. Yeah, and I've yet to play a Persona game. I might finally play Metaphor, only just so I can like print Hulkenberg and like appreciate her for being more than just a elf with red hair, I guess. It was done in 2022 or 2023 and held it off until now. What, Ironheart? Wonder why they made it back then and then held onto it for so long. It would be a shame if they recorded a show and then they're like, you know what? We don't think we'll release this, and then nothing comes out. The comics never sold and always got canned mid-run. Oh, okay. Yeah, it'll be... I'm interested to see what the new Marvel Rivals season is going to be like. That's about as much Marvel excitement as I get these days. But I'm like... I've heard the Moon Knight TV show is okay. And I kind of want to get into Moon Knight. The more I see of Moon Knight in the comics, the more I'm like, okay, I think Moon Knight would be really cool. What is this? I can throw this out. Brian Michael Bendis is what caused all the problems with comics and modern MCU. Okay. Anyone who says Ironheart is good or is high on the sauce. Have you seen Ironheart, or are you just repeating that you've seen that Ironheart is bad? I'm hyped for it. Skins look good. I don't know. I'm just... I really need to get into playing Rivals even beyond, like... So, like, the first season I played was Season 2 or 2. Season 2, I think I got to, like, Gold for the skin. And then this season, I got to Platinum, also for the skin. But I was like, I went on, like, a 21-game win streak as, Luna Snow. Just mained Luna Snow and took me straight from bronze to platinum. It was just incredible how much impact I had on the game. Like, hitting MVP as a support was like... So... And then, like, when I play quick matches, I'm getting quick matched against, like, Grandmasters, and every once in a while a Celestial player. So if there's some matchmaking that's going on... you know, like, okay, my quick play matchmaking is really high, so maybe my ranked games, maybe I should be Grandmaster? I don't know, I just need to put more time to grind it. It's a really fun game, but I get pretty toxic like I used to on Overwatch. Or it's just like, I can't believe the mouth breathers that I'm supporting on my team. Like, I play every once in a while just to, like, keep up on my dailies, so I'm buying, you know, getting all my skins on the Battle Pass. And, like, I queued into a game where it was just, like, 5 insta-lock supports. And I was like, okay, I'm picking Mantis because I really like Mantis. And it's just like, oh, well, we're going to lose. Like, you could have picked a better support than Mantis. I'm like, any of you guys could have gone tank or support. Like, I don't want to hear you guys criticizing my Mantis pick. Because you guys all wanted to pick, you know, Iron Man, Spider-Man, and Black Panther. You know, and then just lose for the next 10 minutes, and then blame me for it. Okay. Last pieces. These lightning sigil pieces are pretty flat, so I'm gonna, instead of doing 2 whole minutes, I'm gonna do a minute and then flip and do a minute. People at insta-lock DPS make me lose my mind if they can't carry their weight. Accuse others, yeah. Yeah, Yeah, there was this one game where we were getting stomped. It was bad. But like we had people pick like Star-Lord and Psylocke, and they were playing straight up the middle with the rest of the team. Like took 0 flanks the whole time. I'm like, you're picking some of the best flanking characters in the game, and you took 0 flanks. So what I would do, I was playing Mantis, so I'd throw a heal, and a damage buff, and then I would flank. And the enemy team has a Rocket and Jeff the Landshark just standing still, spamming healing down the main line. I was like, these are the easiest supports to kill in the game. So I self-damage boost as Mantis and just go ding, 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 kill both of their supports by myself. And then my team would still lose the 4v5. It's just like, guys, they have no healers, and my team is still losing. But like, because my DPS put no pressure on their healers the whole game, Jeff and Rocket were just like, okay, we can just stand still and heal and be totally safe. And then it's like, man, you're not prepared for Mantis on the flank, are you? We still lost that game, but I did the best I could. Sorry, chat was I was like caught in what I was saying. So you said that you're a fan of Moon Knight, but you don't like the Moon Knight show. So I guess that's disappointing, because I've been looking a lot of the Moon Knight stuff from the comics, especially like him and Punisher. There's also a really funny comic book panel I was sharing around a little bit, because it's and I don't know the context. I just saw it on the Marvel Rivals subreddit, where they like to post the comic books, and then I eventually end up looking into the comics later. But it was She-Hulk busting into her room, and she goes, "Is that Moon Knight?" And then he goes, "Oh crap, a lawyer!" Except he doesn't say crap, but it was stuff like that was pretty funny. Or him and Punisher talking, or like Punisher goes, "Hey, how's it going, Mark? You still crazy?" And he goes, "A little bit. Still miss your dead family a little bit." or something like that. It was just like the banter between them was crazy. Ironheart quite literally has negative stereotypes to show. In addition to given how smart she's supposed to be, she's written incredibly stupid. What was another show where they had a character that was supposed to be like a genius, but like, oh, maybe it was Star Wars. Or it's just like, everything's going to my plan. It's like, how? How is everything going to your plan when you're letting the good guys win? I don't know. I guess it's just hard to write smart characters. Which is why I like Aizen, because I think he is a smart character. Or it's like either... Like, for Aizen, it was like either the bad guys... I'm sorry. Either the good guys... like, foiling one plan was like, look, I can handle a loss. My plans are so rock solid. Like, okay, you figured out how to holofy yourself. Big whoop. I don't care. And you're like, okay, you fixed the flaw in like some experiment I did 100 years ago. Like, whatever, you know. Like, I tried holification, it didn't work out. Okay, you perfected it. Not worth my time, you know, like, who cares? I got all these other big plans, you know, that would literally blow your mind if you knew about them. But Ashoka Thrawn? What, for smart characters? No, you're talking about the Star Wars character. The logic is not present. Yeah, it's like, it'd be one thing if like you had, Shooter kind of did this. And Shooter's like a, you know, an okay like action movie with Mark Wahlberg. I actually really like the film, but the bad guys are trying to catch Mark Wahlberg, and they're like, well, we got to give a guy up as bait, and they know that they're giving a guy up as bait, and the guy going into it knows that he's being bait, and then like Mark going into the scene is just like, huh, that's a little too easy, you know? But it was to bait him to catch him. You know, I mean, he had a plan that once he was caught, how to get out. You know, he won up to the bad guys. But they go through with this plan of like, hey, let's give him an easy win, lure him into the trap, and then we surround him. I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. You know, like a lost lead in business. Like we take a small loss here to win a bigger victory here. But when you have bad guys that get foiled, like, oh, it was in my plans for the good guys to win. It's like, how? What's the next step of letting the good guys win to you winning? Doesn't get written that well. You know, what's another good example of that? World of Warcraft, maybe? Except maybe Warcraft 3. Hey, take it easy, Warlock. Good luck with work. You'll be streaming Rivals tonight. Good luck, Shaq. Or like Arthas getting Frostmourne, I guess, is kind of the trope. Thrawn did the exact thing you're talking about. Okay. Where it was like, oh, because I think it was two different factions working against each other. And so like one of them were like, oh, okay, let's see how Arthas handles the undead in Stratholme. And then they're like, oh, he just became the Lich King. And they're like, oh, crap, how could we plan for that? Or, I can't remember the exact plot line. Maybe it was like, oh, okay, yes, he did the thing. He took the easy power that was offered to him in order to try to save his people, but that's our avenue to corrupt him. I think that's more lore accurate to what actually happened. But, you know, like, things like that make sense. Thanos and, is it the Soul Stone? Having to, you know, I don't even know if getting rid of Gamora is an acceptable loss, but you have to, you know, the bad guys have to have losses from time to time. It can't just be, oh, you won? Well, I still win in the end. He had saved his people, he went to get Frostmourne. Oh, for revenge, nothing else. Okay, my Warcraft lore is crappy. One annoying thing is when writers try to make the smart character and make him borderline psychic and perfectly predict every single move. I'm trying to think where I've seen that come in. I'm probably guilty of that for like being a dungeon master, because you already know what the party is doing, and so if you're playing like a big bad evil character in Dungeons and Dragons, then it's like quite easy to have the bad guy know everything that the party does, because, you know, you're kind of role-playing as the bad guy, I guess. I don't know. In those circumstances, I like it to like show the bad guy, you know, having spies, keeping tabs on the party. Oh, you know who's another character that's like the smart character, but like nothing goes to his plan, is the Gideon Ofnir from Elden Ring. Is you know, he has spies everywhere. You catch one of his spies in the Volcano Manor, you know, and he's like, oh, I don't know where these elder gods are hiding. So you go, but he's like, you know, they may be over here, they may be over here. So you as the player character go and kill them, and as you're killing these extra bosses, Gideon's like learning about their secret moves and stuff. And then like his big plan at the end is to like fight you right before you become Elden Lord. Like, what? You've seen what I'm capable of, and you let me grow in power to this point. You could have, should have. Well, I guess he did have one assassin attempt to kill you at one point, but like, but at that point he didn't think you were capable of becoming Elden Lord. But now that you're going to become the Lord, he's like, oh wait, I got to stop you now for whatever reason. Doesn't make sense. But I guess that also kind of falls into the Elden Ring, Dark Souls FromSoft, where nothing is ever fully explained and everything is up to interpretation. So who knows what that guy's true plans were. As often the case in horror movies, going against the psycho killer that conflicts psycho with psychic. Yeah, I guess it's I guess that's terrifying in a way, though, to be going against a villain that knows your every move, or you can't seem to get the upper hand on. But I guess it's also a boring trope. Right now, I'm on the grimdark future of the 41st millennium. Hell yeah! I still need to read my 40K books. I got one of them here. Oops, that's okay. I can let that fall down. It's an actual book. I'm holding it in my hands. It's not an ebook or any of that garbage. But we have Krieg, a deathcore novel, which I love these guys. These guys are so cool. I love their las guns and their masks and their trench coats and their shovels. How many pages? Not even 300 pages. I could probably knock this out in an afternoon, but I think it will be enjoyable all the same. I also have the Siege of Vrax somewhere. Well, less than being able to predict what you will, but exactly where your head will be in precisely 5 minutes and 27 seconds. Oh, like, God, Saw was kind of bad about that, where he's like, this dude's gonna put his head right here against the door, blah, 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 so when he turns the handle, it actually shoots him in the face. It's like, what a Rube Goldberg of mechanics that you have to guess. Like, what if the guy didn't put his head against the freaking peephole and he turned the door knob? You shoot a bullet and then goes, oh, wow, that was close. I know what smart characters that can predict every move in a fight say, discombobulate. I love that meme. There's an edit of the Sherlock Holmes fight ring scene where he, like, every move is followed up with discombobulate. Distract and then discombobulate. You know? Block his wild haymaker and then discombobulate. I like Sherlock Holmes, though. That movie was awesome. Both of them were actually really good. I don't know what I just did that made me think my screen turned black when I only have the one screen here. Well, I think at that point he's in his hubris, believing he has the ability to slay you with all his learned might. Oh, maybe. Are you talking about Saw, or are you talking about any psycho killer? Gosh, I'm trying to go back to that trope of bad guys that just, like, don't care about the good guys getting victories. Like, everything is going according to plan. It's like, really? Are you sure they just did this or they did this? Oh, Ofnir. Okay. It's really funny because Ofnir is easier to fight the first time through. When I was fighting him as the punching dagger player character, it was harder to get to him because when you start the fight the first time, he's in his monologue, so it lets you walk up to him and then you can just start punching him right away. But if you die during that fight and you go in, you have to go in through the Golden Gate. There's no monologue. And he just starts blasting you with spells right off the bat. It's way harder on the second time, which I think is kind of interesting. Alright, hang on, let me flip these. And then I got the big lightning piece that we'll cure next. Order a Krieg Core backpack? Hell yeah. Yeah, my veteran character on Darktide is a Krieg cosplay. Oh, sorry, Don. You kind of just your presence reminded me. I was like, oh, I haven't been talking about the store. I figured out a way to not self-dox myself with the Etsy store, so I'm gonna get a P.O. box set up, which will help with that. And then I should be able to advertise the Etsy store and not feel like I'm putting myself out there. Keep my privacy. It'd be nice. Ofnir can clone any ability you collected, so if you go in low level with barely anything, he's a wet noodle. I guess that's true too. He still has some spells no matter what. But yeah, I guess that's kind of funny too if you think about it, that he's easier on a speed run where you're intentionally skipping bosses. All right, last part. 2 more minutes. What book was that? This is Krieg, deathcore novel. I think this is about the origin of the Kriegsmarines. Yes. So there's a planet called Krieg. What's up, K-Dun? That went traitor, but not from chaos. They had a bishop or someone from the Empire who was like, you know what? We don't need the Emperor. Hopefully I'm not getting Vrax mixed up in my head. Anyway, I'll sum it up even more solid than I know. So there's a big hive city, gets captured by traitors. There's a small loyalist force. They reach out to the Imperium. Krieg Marines? Imperial Guardsmen from Krieg, but the Death Corps is a faction of Guardsmen within the Astra Militarum, I guess is the whole thing for it. Anyway, so the traitors capture, and they're not traitors as in, I don't think there was chaos involved. I think it was literally just, we want to secede from the Empire. So the small loyalist force tries to stop the insurrection. They reach out to the Astral Militarum for, like, hey, can we get some support to recapture the planet? And they're like, no, you're going to have to do that on your own. So after, I don't know, 500 years of combat, they emerge victorious, send a signal back to the Empire and say, okay, we've quelled the rebellion. And they're like, oh, interesting. We didn't think you could do it. And then they scan the planet, and they're like, the planet is dead. Who's talking to us? And they've become these these warriors hardened from fighting in this like nuclear wasteland that their planet had become after 500 years. And so you have these super hardened, badass Imperial Marines that are like, yeah, send us anywhere. We prefer fighting in the barren wastelands of corrupted worlds or whatever. We don't fear death. We welcome it. They're kind of cool. Yeah, just don't ask how they get their recruits. How they fulfill their tithe or whatever it is. I think the book opens with them going, oh, well, to be part of the Empire, you have to, give us a battalion of soldiers every year or so or whatever. And they're like, yeah, we can give you 10. And they're like, what? 10? No way. So they have to go and like meet these guys and be like, all right, well, we got to make sure nothing screwy is going on here. It's quite interesting in the intro because there's an Inquisitor who's like, tell us how you did it, and why won't you take off your mask? And then like, I can't remember the other guy that's in the room, probably more diplomat administrator than actual combatant, but he's like, dude, he's got a rebreather mask and a Darth Vader machine, like he can't, maybe he's only accustomed to breathing his planet's air. If he takes it off, he could die in here. Well, the Inquisitor's like, oh, I still don't trust him. But I guess being an Inquisitor means you don't trust anyone. But yeah, I think it'll be a good book. I like the Krieg. There's some really cool like animations that still survive the Games Workshop purge of the Krieg. Sounds metal AF. Yeah, these guys are, the way they approach war, it's like the commanders will go, okay, we need to take that hill. And then the Krieg will go, okay, well, how many guys will it take? And they're like, well, we don't want to sacrifice 30,000 guys. And they're like, oh, 40,000 guys? We can give you 50,000 guys. Come on. 60,000 of us are going to go die taking that hill. just every battle is like Pyrrhic victory for them because they just have no regard for their own well-being, which creates this weird, interesting dynamic where there's not many officers to promote because they all die within their ranks. And it creates other, I guess it creates moral dilemmas, like fielding them with other guardsmen, because other guardsmen are like, oh, I want to, live and go back home, and we will drown them in our blood, yeah. But the reason why they do that, it's not just like, oh, let's go die willy-nilly. It's because they have a deep shame for their planet going traitor. So they feel like their bodies are already indebted to the Emperor. That there's this debt that they have to pay back for the 500 years of war, of going traitor, of attempting independence. That the sins of the fathers, what the sons bear, and then they're like, oh, the only way we can be redeemed is in death. So they're just, I guess, kamikaze in that way, just like zealously going, almost like orcs, but orcs in Warhammer do it for the fun of it, and they just have tons of numbers. Krieg are doing it because they are trained to be soldiers, and part of that like mental training is you live and die and fight for the Emperor, and you already owe the Emperor your life because of the insurrection that happened 500 years ago. Like, they're born destined to die, and they're just like, all right, well, I gotta make the most of it. I played the Space Marines, but if they had the Krieg as a separate rule book, or maybe like a faction rule for the Imperial Guardsmen, I would pick them up in a heartbeat. I love them so much. They're so cool. The smell of cured resin is pretty good. Alright, so next step is going to be getting a mask on, and we're going to start sanding. I'm also going to get my shot glass of resin so I can do the spot curing of the little holes. And then, I don't know, maybe I can get this to a point where I can start priming her tonight for painting. Oh, I need to go check on the hair and make sure that's dry. Hang on, I'll be right back. Almost done curing. The hair is actually dry, so there's no resin on it. Thankfully, the IPA, isopropyl alcohol, evaporates very quickly, so we'll cure the hair next. But yeah, almost done curing. Then it's the next step of post-processing, which is sanding. Spot curing. But I'm gonna get all my pieces here. I'm gonna get my, I have my mask, I'm gonna get my shot glass of resin and toothpick, and I'll be ready. Are we still on the same playlist? Nope. How many songs have I... Oh, okay. I think I'm only 5 minutes behind. Okay. Yeah, I need to find another playlist. Here we go. Alright, now we're ready. Okay. Hopefully I don't get dinged too hard for playing 1.5 songs that weren't copyright free. Cool. So, sandpaper with still some usable space. 400,000 sanding stick, a UV flashlight so I can use my little bit of resin there. So we need to find spots like her ass right there. We're gonna make that nice and smooth and sexy. So we'll sand it down first, and then there's a couple of little blips from the supports. We'll fill that in with... Actually, let me move this all to the side. So I don't get dust on everything. We'll sand down the hills and fill in the valleys. That's the, I guess that's the best way to describe it. Oh, what I need to do before I prime her is I need to take a picture of her for the Etsy store. Because now that I've bought this file and I paid the merchant rights for it, I can sell more prints of her. Hey, what up, gaming? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to the stream. Hope you had a good stream. We are done curing our Yoruichi figure, and now I am moving on to sanding. Get her nice and smooth. Oops, can't dust with that. We'll take it from the 200 to the 400. It was good, but it's super short. Oh, your stream was short? I'm sorry. What did you play? Or what did you do? I guess you didn't have to play anything. I'm gonna get one of these pen sanders I've seen. Try to help make this process go a lot easier. Yeah, man, the difference between the 200 and the 400 is insane. Show the rest of hers. Still nice. Make sure there's no scratches. Hey, thanks so much. Appreciate the raid, dude. Have a good night. We'll just do a little bit of 1000 grit. Keep grabbing the wrong thing. I'll have to fill in the hole later. We'll probably use milliputty for that, which is the green stuff right here. Like a 2-part epoxy hole filler. Come on, no reaction for anyone. I'm talking about filling the hole in her butt. All right, let's get all this figured out. I'll get this cheek smoothed out a little bit too. You were laughing when I said it. Taking pics in Monster Hunter? You playing the new Monster Hunter? I say new, it came out in February. I guess new to this year, right? Nice. I do have a blacksmith print. And then the same person who did this Yoruichi figurine, Neko Figurines, they have a female Monster Hunter print, which looks really cool. There's I only have, I guess, one printer right now while I'm troubleshooting the other one. And I have so many prints to try to make. So I'm actually working on Mikasa and Sasha from Attack on Titan because their bases actually connect to each other and make a really cool diorama. So I'm kind of excited to print them. See what the final piece will look like. I also might print their pieces. They have some like slash effects around them. I might print that stuff in transparent resin too. I don't know yet. Alright, let's get her back nice and smooth. Take care of all these resin dimples. We'll just keep working our way up. A little bit of 200, a little bit of 400, a little bit of 1,000. Try not to take out all that back muscle detail. But I don't want to leave the supports, the resin supports behind. Okay. And we get up to 1,000. We love back muscle. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to go overboard where we lose detail. I just want it to be nice and smooth and consistent for when I paint it. There we go. Okay, it feels smooth through the glove. Sorry, I'm looking at it real close to make sure I'm not missing anything. Alright. Get my flashlight ready. We're gonna spot cure. There's only a couple of holes that I made. So we'll go ahead and fill those in. And then wait 30 seconds. Filling holes in butts is too deep for some people. That's funny. Man, I like doing these streams. I hope you guys don't mind them over gameplay, let's say. But I like sharing the work that I'm doing, and this is quite enjoyable. It makes the time go by with all the sanding and stuff pretty quickly. I like having this on my other monitor. Hell yeah. The music is a vibe too. Yeah, White Bat Audio on YouTube. Copyright free music. I have thought about doing the thing like I see other streamers do, where they've got the main thing on the main screen, and then they got a little box like over here, where they're watching something while playing another game. I was gonna say a game title, but then I was like, no, someone might think that's like a call-out post. I don't know. I guess there's plenty of other streamers that, you know, do that, where they stream for... They're playing Factorio while watching something else in the background. I don't know. I guess I feel like that would be like going into my old ways a little bit too much. Which might not be the worst thing. And Wildcard, I don't know if you're still here, but someone in the Elegoo Discord said, check the ribbon cable. And I'm still just like blown away. I don't know how the ribbon cable on my old printer would have gotten screwed with, because it's internal. Okay, I think I saw... Yeah, at the back of her left arm. There's a couple of spots we need to fill in. And, you know, it'd probably go unnoticeable because it's behind her. And it's just a couple of tiny holes, but... I want to do a good job. It will be cool once I get my Etsy store P.O. box thing figured out. Then I can tell you guys, hey, go here. Order from me if you want one. No, I think for birthday and Christmas, I'm going to ask for 3D printed stuff. This has been my new favorite hobby, and I really enjoy it. We sand down the work we did so it blends in. Huh, why did that one cure differently? Okay. My mom's getting into making a YouTube channel. She wants to make a crochet channel. I thought that was really cool. She is really confused on the technical aspects of like how to set up the camera and how to edit and stuff, so I've been helping her with that. Alright, that piece is done. We'll set that aside. She's like, you know, I want to do it, I want to do crochet, but I don't want to become like a content creator where it's like, oh, let me record myself going to the laundromat. And I told her about this guy, the guy who records himself eating fast food. I guess to review it? I think the review is like a light excuse to like make content of it. I think he just wants to show off how much he can eat, I guess. I don't know. She thought it was disgusting, and then I said, oh yeah, and the best part is he waits until he gets at least $1,500 before he'll record an episode. And she's like, that's way too much. Oh, he got the Grillo's pickles in the end, right? And then that's the last we saw of him. I gotta say, I had Tevin's coverage of the Indivestance Day, like, playing in the background while I've been driving. And, like, that's gotta be a whole stream of nothing. Like, when my stream of it ended, or, you know, me watching Tevin's stream ended, I was like, wait, that's it? Like, nothing happened for, like, what, 9 hours? He wants to talk about other people making non-tent. And I guess maybe this could be considered non-tent. Who knows, but... I guess recording myself cleaning out my closet is another one of those everything is content kind of things that my mom was talking about. I know, something I learned recently that, and this is why I like the hand cam stuff, is it's good to have a goal for a stream. And I don't mean like oh, I need $150 as a goal. I mean, like, okay, today we're gonna try to kill this boss, or work on this figure, you know, things like that. So there's, you know, something to tune into. Hey, what's up, Jay Chenji? Is this my business and also my hobby? Yeah, it kind of started as a hobby. Then I saw on Etsy that I could sell some of this, so I mean, I made like $900 doing this in June, which is not bad for someone who's unemployed. So, all right, there's like a weird overlap right here, or her thigh and her boot just aren't connecting right. I need to sand one of them down. It'll probably be both. Visited my brother. He found out I made detractor content and almost spit my coffee from shock. Oh, your brother looked you up and found out you made detractor content? No, when I was the old channel, I told my mom, and she thought it was pretty funny. But she knew I hadn't been doing it for a while, but then she started talking about people who, you know, they just like stream themselves doing everything. Like everything can be made into content. I was like, all right, I gotta tell you about the guy and his fast food obsession. Yeah, that fits way better. Talented streamer can make any activity interesting. I guess that's what we try to do, right? Oh, it was this leg. Yeah, that we gotta work on the back leg here. Alright, so the bent leg. I mean, I'll have to fill in those holes. Maybe. That won't be too bad. I'll go ahead and do the heel of her boot while I'm here. I think the guy does the fast food thing just so he doesn't have to eat next to Cat. God, do you think she's an even sloppier eater than he is? He knew I had a YouTube channel. I think he found it in recommendations. He just spit out your coffee and shocked that your brother found it. Is that what happened? And we've seen how messy the guy is of an eater. Like, could he be avoiding his wife eating? Is that the joke why he claims he's lost so much weight? Is because Cat eats all the food in the house? Man. I know I've ranted about that before, but my new doctor that I saw yesterday, he's like, hey, we need to get your weight down. I'm not obese or anything. That's the cope. But I'm having some health issues that can be improved by being a lower weight. What is up, Daishima and their viewers? Welcome, welcome. But I mean, I've been working out for over a year, so for my my new doctor to be like, hey, you need to start working out. And I've been dieting for 2 years, so he's like, yeah, you need to diet and exercise. I'm like, Doc, I'm already doing that. Like, okay, we'll figure out what's next. What's up, Kyra? Or Kira, whichever. Golden Bones. I hope I said your name right. Kira. And Dai, welcome, welcome. Magical Fishing Raid in VR to fight Ice Raid. Well, I hope you had a great VR stream. We are working on a Yoruichi print from Bleach. And this is a commissioned model, so I will be painting this on stream. But, in case we haven't met before, guys, my name is William the Alchemist. I've been doing, I stream on Twitch and YouTube. Sorry, I don't know where my brain went. I play a lot of strategy and role-playing games, and then not too long ago I got a 3D printer, and now I'm doing 3D printer content, so this might be my new jumping off point. Yeah, I hope your stream was fun. I understand if you need to raid and run. I do that all the time. Hopefully you guys don't mind the comfy chill vibes. We got White Bat Audio, copyright-free music on YouTube playing in the background while I am working on post-processing the model. So the first half of the stream was me taking the model off the supports. We cured her parts, so now they're nice and hard to break. And now we're going in and sanding down all the rough spots. So, like on the back of this leg here. Hey, Kamen Rider, thank you so much for the lurk. I still need to get a lurk command set up. There we go, it's caught in the light. So we're gonna sand down all the high points, fill in the dimples, work on making it nice and smooth, so that way when I go to paint it, which I will stream myself painting her, it goes quite easily. And I guess I'm ready to work on this leg. So, speaking of weight, I'm a hair's breadth above my ideal weight ratio for my height. Hey, nice. Yeah, I'm actually down 10 pounds since the start of the year, so... But I've kind of ping-ponged between like 190 and 195, but like January I was at 200 pounds again. Which, you know, makes sense. I didn't work out much over the holidays, so I'm working on trending back towards my ideal weight. I think a healthy weight for me is like 160, but if I could get to 180 or 175 this year, that would be pretty good. You're still 150 pounds. Hopefully that's ideal for you. You know who has their ideal weight, and the whole time I've known him, he's always been at his ideal weight? Is my sleeping puggle Rocky. You're down from 165. Hell yeah, that's pretty good. I don't know how I keep Rocky from getting fat, because he eats everything that's at his level, and sometimes above. But like, I can keep my dog from getting fat, but I can't keep myself. If we remove your bones, we can drop 22 to 26 pounds. But I need those. I'm using those. I still want to slim down some more so I can fit in all my pants. Yeah. I've been going through a lot of... I've been, like, downsizing a lot of my stuff because I've just had so much stuff that I've collected over the years. And I just have... I don't have infinite space to, like, keep everything I've ever owned. So I've been throwing out a lot of stuff, and that includes, like, a lot of my clothes. I'm like, you know what? I've never... I haven't fit this in, like, 10 years. Why do I still have it? I should just donate it. I mean, I like the idea of, oh, keeping it to, like, try to motivate myself to lose the weight, and maybe I'll fit it. Excuse me, sorry. Maybe I'll fit it again, but I don't see that happening. Or at least not anytime soon. I'm 196, which is the upper limit. My ideal, I want to get lower. Aspire is 187. Ideal is 176. Nice. Well, hopefully you can get there. Thank you for putting freedom units next to your kilograms. Especially since the 4th of July was almost a week ago. I love that picture of, like, the soldier holding two AR-15s going, what the F is a kilometer? I love the 4th of July memes. Okay, so we're gonna... Alright, we sanded down the high points, so now we need to fill in the holes. And sand again, and we'll be good. Can you convert to stones for any viewers that don't know what seasonings are? What the hell's a stone? Stones are worse than pounds. Brits use stones. Why? A stone is that guy from WWE? No, not Stone Cold Steve Austin. Dwayne the Stone Johnson. Hang on. What the hell is a stone? They use the metric system and then they make up their own measurements? I guess they had to use stone because pounds is already their currency. Could be worse. It could be boulders. I'm just imagining Dwayne the Stone Johnson looks like Dwayne the Rock Johnson just drawn in MS Paint. One stone is 14 pounds. Why not just use 14 pounds then? Or pounds in that case, if it's exact. I don't know, yeah. Dude, that is so weird. They don't even use seasoning, so stone isn't even their biggest crime. Yeah, they have some weird combinations over there in Britland. British land. Like beans on toast. You'd think with all the world conquering that they did that they would have brought back some decent cuisine to England. According to my calculator, one stone is exactly 14.68 soccer balls.
Why are we using soccer balls as a weight measurement now? God, I would throw my phone at a doctor who's like, yeah, you weigh 16 stone. 16 stone might be too much. 10 stone, 10 and a half stone. I'd be like, which stones? Big stones, little stones? Got to thank the US for introducing canned beans to the Brits. Brits are used to eating beans on toast due to World War I and World War II. Really? Is that where it comes from? Because I have a couple of books on, like, how world food developed because of World War I and World War II. Like, I think it was... oh, crap. It was one of the world wars where chocolate went from, like, a luxury item to, like, an everyday kind of... confection, because they needed to find like a caloric dense food that was easy to make that they could put into the rations for the soldiers. It must have been World War I if you're saying Hershey's got rich during World War I. But it's also how French fries became popular too. Is that something that the American soldiers brought back from the World War? God, this track is pretty cool. It sounds like a video game. Oh, that's how bubblegum became popular too. Gum was another popular confection for stress and oral hygiene for the soldiers. Mars Candy came up with M&Ms when the U.S. Army needed fast sweets to soldiers. I don't know if I got to that part in my book specifically, but that does sound believable. Man, also shout out, is it Steve MRE? That's a really cool channel if you want to see like historic like rations and MREs used in war and stuff. And what really kills me is English Yorkshire pudding, which is a decent bread, but it's called pudding to avoid bread tax. They have a specific tax on bread over there? Man, they just get you for everything, don't they? Alright, I got one hole on the leg I missed. Oh, had a bread tax. Oh, it's also called a figgy pudding? Okay. M&Ms didn't melt easily in the hot areas soldiers are going to. Okay. Reminds me of a review by Ashens. He reviewed in the Estonian military ration, and everything tasted pretty great. There's a part 2. Yeah, I remember the melts in your mouth, not in your hand campaign. The last thing he tried in it was an instant muesli, which he usually hates, and he takes a spoonful. That tastes good too. Right, next holiday is in Estonia. I remember going to old Quebec and seeing old buildings with windows brick because having windows also meant more taxes. Oh, that's wild. God, the government just finds everything to tax you on, huh? Bread, windows. I'm trying to think of another one. Toll roads, that's another one that's... I was arguing with my dad about, but I have to admit his logic on it made sense. And he saw my side of it too, where he's like, yeah, I don't like paying it, but toll roads make the most sense because it's literally a tax that you pay to use the road. If you don't want to pay it, don't use the road. And all the money gathered goes to maintaining the roads. I was like, all right, fine. There are taxes for dying, yeah. If the military rations are like that, can you imagine the good the food the restaurants must be? Yeah. Rome came up with toll roads. I'm glad we're keeping the Roman tradition of toll roads alive. The Romans probably came up with toll roads, but it was someone else who came up with oh, what is it? The Fast Pass. What a great idea. There's a subscription service to use toll roads in your state. Hey, thanks so much, Dai. Have fun getting stuff done, and I'll have fun eating my microplastics and dreaming about restaurants in Estonia. I'll hit her with 1,000 grit. All the holes are filled in, all the valleys are smoothed out. Please don't be a hole that I missed. Fudge. Where'd my knife go? I feel like I just had my knife and now I just lost it. Oh, sorry, here. There's like a little spot on her calf. Yeah. All right. The lightning, I might not be as adamant on filling in, but I think spots like... Oh shit, that's way too much. I don't have a tissue nearby? Really? Napkin. Well, the parts that we want to be smooth, like really smooth, we're gonna make sure it's smooth. So legs, body, face, hair. I saw the Yumiya and Tekken collab, but I didn't know that there was content for Yumiya out of it. But that's cool. One of the artists I follow, they're doing their poll right now for next month's models. And I nominated Yumiya, and she made it to... She got enough nomination votes to make it to the real votes. So I'm hoping she wins for August. That would be really cool. Then I'll have a Ryza and a Yumiya I can print. And I'll probably work on them on camera. Yeah, that looks... That looks good. That's filled in. I'll take that. Alright, let's work on the hand now. just a little bit to do on the hand. Got my food order, eating good, ordered a deluxe bacon cheeseburger. Nice. Wish I could have a cheeseburger. I gotta show you a head I bought for a figure online. Yeah. Go ahead, man. I'll put it on Discord. Yeah, go ahead and ping me in it. I'll go take a look. I hate how the Emiya devs seem to care about the collab content than the Tekken devs. We get some Ehigo here. No, that's not what it is. A Hoge, not Ehigo. Come on, Exodus. Not that I think Joe's gonna look this closely at the hand when he gets it. Well, her sleeve kind of covers up some of this stuff, doesn't it? No, not really. Worth the 25-minute wait time? Oh, that sounds like it was 6 miles away and you're gonna have to go to... Now that you said that. There's a spot like right here that I need to fill in. Actually, it's closer like here, but not a big deal. I don't know how to spell it. You're fine. A Hoge is, I think, A-H-O-G-E. And that's the antenna hair. I don't know. One of my customers left me a review. He apparently got his print and finished it in like a week. So I don't know how he got and painted it so fast. So I thought this would take me like a month to paint, but I guess I'm unemployed, so it might not take me as long. But my last painting commission, I quoted a month and had it done in about 3.5 weeks. So I was pretty close to my estimate. And I really don't need to do any, like, her face came out so good. So I'm just gonna like sand in the rough spots on the back here to make it connect better, but I travel 6 miles within a quarter of my workday. Oh, 6 miles is like an hour, dude. I can't go get the Grillo's pickles from the other Sonic. Guys, Cat ruined the barbecue recipe, the slow cooker barbecue. I could order the pickle menu, but you haven't qualified to watch me eat it, bro. I can't believe you said that. You haven't qualified to watch me eat fast food. The grift is insane. Oops, there we go. Sand the keys down so they connect better. I love these little sanding sticks. Just sanding down the surface makes them fit a lot better. Hopefully I don't need to... Well, we need to sand this surface down on the hair. But looking at the hair... there's like some layer lines I could sand out. A couple spots on these... on these parts right here that will fill in. Yeah, the hair printed really well. We won't have to do a lot of work on it. Thankfully, she doesn't have really spindly hair like some of the VTubers I've printed. I might need to trim my sanding stick down. Peeling back the actual sandpaper layer. Yeah, everything else about her hair printed just fine. Yeah, we'll just fill in a couple holes and be done with this piece. Sounds like Darius Twin. I don't know if you guys ever played that on the Super Nintendo. Oh, now it doesn't sound like Darius Twin. That intro did. Other side. Sorry, I'm like hyper focused. I realized dead air, dead air, dead air. Good thing I've got music. No! Oh my god, I can't believe so much got on there. Let's try that again. Thank you, Jersey Mike Napkin. You saved the day. Boom. There we go. That should be that spot on the hair. Filled in nicely. Okay. Very cool. Let's check out the bangs. Nothing on the front. We'll just sand this edge down. The inward facing edge, that'll hopefully make it fit better. We're gonna make sure all the hair fits correctly, because I painted a model myself that I painted the hair separately and then put the hair on and realized that the hair didn't line up and it left a huge gap. So I kind of just like paint in the gap to make it look solid, but it isn't. But this is all inward facing, so we don't need to like spot cure this, because it'll be covered up by the face, but we want to make sure it actually fits onto the face. So it goes in the slot in the forehead. See, that meets pretty good. And then we'll take the hair. Oh, I didn't realize the back. Okay, we'll have to sand the back down a little bit more. There's a couple spots on top that we need to fill in. I don't know if you can see it from that angle. It's getting some detail, but maybe it's just too small of a detail to see on the camera. But the good news is the hair fits. So yeah, you can see when I run the sandpaper over, those white spots that stick out. Those are some of the bumps left behind by the supports. So we'll just hit this with a little bit of 400, or 200, then 400, then 1000. Hair is one of the parts that we want to make look nice and smooth. It's not so much on the other side. What's more noticeable here? I mean, you also wouldn't see it unless you looked at her from behind, but I don't know, I try to make my pieces reasonable to be spectated from all angles. Okay. 400. If I didn't have the music so loud, maybe you could hear the sanding, and that could be some form of ASMR, maybe. There's a spot on the top where I want to sand down. Brush. Oh, right there, hidden by my arm. Pull it in real close to make sure there's no spots I need to fill in. And just more sanding. Cool. Looking pretty good. I thought I saw spots that needed to be filled in, but maybe not. Let me look at it. Plugged into the head again. See what's sticking up and what's covered. There's a little bit of a gap, but we can fill that in. That's not the end of the world. Nope, all of it's perfectly and reasonably covered up. Cool. Oh, yeah, there's all the nastiness right in front of my thumb once I get it to focus. Hello? Camera? Oh. I guess you don't need to see it. You just need to see it go away. So we'll sand it down first and see if there's any holes left to fill in. Okay, like 3 holes we need to get. Let me blast it with the 400 a little bit more though. Oh, the edge is kind of sharp. I'll sand that down too. It's supposed to be clothing, so it doesn't need to be so sharp. Oh, this is the 400? Yeah. And they make sandpaper up to like 15,000 grit. The only time I would need to use it is if I was trying to take transparent resin and polish it to make it crystal clear. But you can kind of cheat that and just spray like a clear coat on it instead. Okay, there's like 4 holes we need to get, so we'll go ahead and get them. Just keep my toothpick loaded, but I don't want to drop a whole big glob in there. Sounds like a Killer Instinct song. I love playing that back in the day. This kind of sound like Killer Instinct. Like a stage song or something.
It's a shame that one never really took off as much as Street Fighter did.
I liked the cast in Killer Instinct more as a kid. Okay, we need to work on this hair. There's a lot of ridges on this one we need to sand down.
Man, I don't know how the hair got so beat up.
And the printing process. Or the cleaning process, but... we want smooth hair. It's almost like credits song, maybe.
Hey, welcome back, Joe. You haven't missed...
Oh, wait, no, what did you miss? I got the sleeve and the hair and the head figured out. And when I say hair, I mean the front and back, but not the long part. So we're working on the long hair now. And that'll be it for about sexy parts. And then the rest is bass parts and lightning effects. But her hair got a lot of little support markings on it, so we're gonna probably spend the next bit of time working on this. We're gonna have to fill in that spot later. We're gonna use Milliputty for that, but we'll do that when we're ready to go prime her for painting. So that probably won't be tonight, because I need to... Well, I want to take a picture of her assembled before I prime her for the Etsy store. That's part one. And then part two will be filling in those holes and then priming, so that way the Milliputty... I think the Milliputty takes 24 hours to fully set. Let me... Oh, rock hard in 3 to 4 hours. So I need to set the Milliputty and then leave it for, 4 hours. Then it'll probably be another round of sanding to sand the Milliputty in to make it smooth with the rest of the model. And then I'll prime it, but I don't know if I'll do all that on screen. That might be something I work on during the day tomorrow. Actually, did I cure this? This feels really sticky in some spots. No, I did cure this. Why is it sticky? It feels like it's not cured. I guess like 30 seconds won't hurt it to make sure it is. There's not really a way for me to tell. I mean, it looks about the same color. I could have sworn I did, but maybe I didn't. Huh. You know, I'm gonna put it in for like another minute. I'll be right back. I didn't flip it. So maybe I needed to flip it to cure all over. I don't know when power will be back. Hopefully I'll catch the stream later. Hey, no problem, Joe. Hopefully your power gets back soon. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be going. I'll probably sand for the next hour or so. Just smooth down the lightning parts and the base. Since we're almost done with all the parts we want to be sexy and smooth. All the parts I care to take extra time on. The rest of the stuff isn't as front and center as the character is, so I'm not too worried about if like the rocks have imperfections on them, because that just might make them look more like rocks, if you know what I mean. So I do need to sand the bottom. There's all this stuff going on here too, but for the most part. Okay, now it smells like it's been cured. So hopefully we're correct there. Alright, we'll get back to fixing the hair now. So I'll try to sand behind this piece of hair that sticks out like this with the stick. This sounds like a Donkey Kong stage. It's like one of the industrial stages. Yeah, I think I needed to slice more with the knife to try to clean this up. I think just ripping the supports off just pulled out all these little holes. So we'll go ahead and spot cure those. Well, I know there's a new Marvel Rivals season tomorrow, but we also get the next RimWorld expansion. I can talk without chewing my words up. So that's what we'll be streaming tomorrow. And the developer, he's been teasing pictures of like the gravity ships that you get to build. So you have these portable colonies that are just one big ship, I guess. So it's gonna be a really different kind of game, I think. So instead of having like one single base, I guess you get to be like more nomadic with your very special spaceship. Or maybe we start off as like one base and then we eventually build the base into a ship and take off that way. I'm not quite sure, but that's what we're going to be doing tomorrow, is checking out that next expansion. Okay, I think that's been 30 seconds. Yeah, sands is just fine. A little bit of a lump where I think I globbed a little too much resonance. We'll try to sand that spot down. bunch of dots along the hair here. Just go boom, boom. Try to prevent that big glob from setting. All right. Yeah, see, I love filling in the holes. You can see the holes until you start to sand, and then it all just like blends in together. It's almost magical. Yeah, I need to sand behind this hairpiece on the main body of hair. And it's too thin for the sanding stick to get through. Okay. See if I can't get it. Ah! Too much. I'll have to blast that and sand it down. I don't want there to be a big lump when I paint it, because it'll stand out. I'll try to find a piece of the sandpaper I haven't used yet. Oh, there we go. Yeah, just I didn't have as much control over the resin as I thought I did, so we globbed a whole bunch on. Oh, there we go. Now it's invisible. We like that. Invisibility potion brought to you by elbow grease. Okay, a couple more holes to fill in. What is that doing there? Weird edge we need to take off. Oh, that just... I didn't brush off with the brush, but the knife took care of it. Just a weird little spot. Okay, so there's like a row of dots here. And another one like here. We'll get all that sanded down. Or filled in and then sanded down. And then we'll just be... Yeah, as soon as we're done with this piece, We have our arm that's like covered in lightning, so that one we'll want to make look good. And then we'll just sand the rest of the lightning pieces. Okay, I think that's 30 seconds. I keep losing where my stuff goes. We get these two holes right here. I think the hair is pretty... The hair is pretty. I think the hair is pretty good right now. Oh, maybe there's a... Man, every time I change the lighting on it, I see more problem spots. Those filled in nicely, except for the one glob we'll sand down. Okay. Work on getting this nub file down. Those pieces should all smooth out. Let's hit it with the 400. You can still see the spot. Let's hit it with the 1000. See if that takes care of it. I know we were kind of dunking on Lazarus, but any of you looking forward to Gachi Akuda? I haven't heard of it. So, couldn't tell you. I need to watch Dan to Dan with the wife still. piece is kind of rough. Ooh. The knife actually did the job there. Okay, hopefully I can just sand this. I also need to finish Kaiju number 8 because that has a second season coming out. Okay, there's like a little dimple I need to get. It's crazy. I turned the piece upside down and then it catches the light differently and then I see more holes. Boom. Perfect. It translates from Little Trash, and it's the dude who lives basically in a trash pit, and he has the power to turn any little thing into an object of destruction. I read some of the manga, and I like it. Huh. So he has, like, Gambit powers, where he charges up something and throws it. I guess Rex Splode also does kind of the same thing, too, from Invincible. Sorry, I noticed on the tip of the hair is where there's some more spots. Like he grabs a microwave or a box of nails and combines it to make a super nuke. Interesting. Alright, sand that bit down. Alright. Now I'm good on the hair. Alright, we'll work on the hand next. Lightning hand. Oh, this is a cool song. Hang on, let me make sure I'm on the same playlist. Oh, we are. Say, this one came in like a banger. Okay, we just need to sand down the high spots. I don't think that I left many low spots to fill in. Here we go. Okay. Some spots on the arm that we need to make smooth. Alright, there we go. Just make all the wet spots that we just cured go away. Brush off the dust. Hit it with a little 400. I'll leave it at that. Alright, I have a feeling my sanding stick's about to get a lot of work. On the inside here. With all the lightning pieces. Did I see Phillian do a collab with Manny Pacquiao? I don't know who Manny Pacquiao is. But Phillian's huge. That's pretty cool. Oh shoot, I need to find someone to collab with on YouTube. The best boxer in history? What? No, that's crazy. It's crazy because you wouldn't think those two would have anything in common. Unless it was like an interview or something. Jeez. Oh, YouTube was doing a little creator giveaway if two creators collab together. But I just forgot about it till now. It would be interesting. I just don't know what it would be. Like, the only thing that could be interesting with me being neutral would be him teaching me how to play Street Fighter. Yeah, Phillian collabed with Manny the boxer. Who I just learned existed a moment ago. The only thing I know about boxing is Creator Clash 3 getting canceled. Man, I didn't realize for Creator Clash that they changed the format from the first one to the second one. But apparently in Creator Clash 1, they raised all the money for charity. But the charity that got the money was the charity of the winning boxer. And then they went away with that format. But like the first one was so successful, so why would you change the structure? But I like the idea of there being a purse like you would have in a boxing tournament, but instead of the money going to the fighter, it goes to the fighter's charity of choice. I know, so there's some stakes involved, you know? Just to make things a little competitive. I saw that Sam Hyde won. Bro, the whole Sam Hyde thing's another thing too. Like, I get it, you don't like the guy, he's not everyone's cup of tea. But like, they banned him from the premises, they refunded his tickets, they hired extra security to keep him from coming. One of the fighters trained with him, and they ended up disinviting that fighter. You see, it's a sad day for Team Rocket when the voice of James and Meowth died and Jesse died last year. Oh, I didn't know that. That is sad. Hey, what's up, Dorzo? Rip Froggy Fresh. Yeah, Froggy Fresh did the horrible thing of disagreeing with Anissa's mom on Twitter, which is just weird that Anissa's mom was fighting in the Twitter trenches defending the event. And then, oh, you trained with Sam Hyde? Okay, you're no longer coming to the event. Like, what the hell? I gotta wonder if the Sam Hyde thing was because he embarrassed them with the, What's up, Chad Wokey? It's a lot harder to scam, so I mean skim. Sorry, I mean take a cut if you don't know where the money is going. True. Yeah, apparently they played the fighters $5,000. I mean $10,000. I mean $15,000. I mean $22,000. Like different fighters. Been lurking doing my own sanding. Hell yeah, dude. What are you working on? No, I realize this is a lurking stream. No apologies for lurking. Or no need to apologize for lurking. Anissa needs to stop being Ian's content. Bro, the rumor I heard, I don't know if there's anything backing up, like if there's any leaked DMs. I'm sure DMs will leak eventually. That allegedly Ian didn't know what Israel-Palestine was about until like a week before, until he made that content cop on Ethan. Printed an Oni mask, but had to do it in 3 parts, some massive join lines. Oh, dude. I'm like sweating over join lines on like pieces this size coming together and being like, oh, I might have to put in like some putty or something. Dude, I can't imagine. Like, I'm assuming this is a mask that you're gonna wear? That's insane. That's gonna be a lot of work. It's a shame they traded in their H3H3 friendship for Hassan, and Hassan did one stream promoting the event and then hasn't gone back to it, as far as I know. I don't watch a lot of Hassan, so. I mean, that dude streams like 14 hours a day. It's impossible to watch all of it. He needs to get in trouble for breaking California law, though. If we're gonna ban Dr. Disrespect from recording because he accidentally recorded in a bathroom that one time at TwitchCon, I think it was TwitchCon. And I don't know. The Golden Boy needs another 24-hour timeout for breaking the law. I don't think I'd choose to have Hassan as a friend. No. Funniest, Hassan was named biggest React streamer, but Osmongold wasn't even mentioned by Time Magazine. Oh, bro. You know who gets more? You know who's the bigger React streamer than Hassan? Hassan's chair. Shout out to Hassan's chair for holding it down. Let the video play while he gets up to go eat, use the bathroom. Hang out with other people in another room. You know what would be the boxing match of a century? If you got Hassan to fight Sam Hyde. I wouldn't be surprised if the article was written so long ago as before Asmund passed Hassan. I mean, like, some of these articles are written where certain candidates are automatically thrown out. Dude, there was a, speaking of Hassan, one of his Orbiter's denims did like a thirst trap picture where she's dressed like a secretary and like bending over so her skirt's rising, and then right down over where her skirt would be exposing parts, she's got a picture of Adolf Hitler. Like, what is this? It is the weirdest thing. I just saw that today on Twitter. I'm gonna allow that. Don. The word Nazi wasn't blocked, but pussy was. Some layer lines here. That's really weird. So some of the problems I'm running into with my Saturn 16K is because it's such a new printer that not all the slicing software has all the parameters available to be edited. So as much as I love having a very fast printer, I need to slow it down just slightly, and I don't have a way to do that right now. Unless I use like a third-party file editing software to change the parameters. I went for a 16K. Yeah, it was... My idea was... I have a Saturn 3 Ultra, and I've been running an Etsy store on the side. And I've been doing okay. I have 21 sales now, unless my phone went off during the stream. Can't I introduce pauses between the stages? Yeah, there is a rest time after retract, but I'm talking about even like the retract speed. I need to slow down just slightly because I have my resin calibrated just right, but I'm still getting weird errors every once in a while. And I went to an industry expert. I found one on Discord. And he told me my printer is coming up so fast that it's ripping my my prints in some spots. So even though I could put a pause between each layer, do I have reliable temps? Yeah, it's got a heated vat, so it's at 30 degrees Celsius all the time. So the resin is at the ideal temperature the whole time. So I just, yeah, I don't really have a way to slow down the retract speed is all I really need. It's not in fast mode, it's in normal mode too, so it's not even like on the super cracked out speed, it's on the normal speed. And it's been doing okay. This whole thing was printed on the 16K, but I really like the main reason why I went with the 16K is the built-in camera for time lapses is just so awesome for making content. So I'm gonna have a video for Yoruichi. This is Yoruichi who I'm working on, and then I'm printing Mikasa from Attack on Titan. Hang on a second. Mikasa and Sasha from Attack on Titan are gonna be my next two prints because their bases connect, so they make a cool little diorama. But I'll have time lapses of all that being made. Found I had to slow the point between lowering and exposure. Okay. I'll look into that. I know my biggest pause is I have a 5-second rest after retract. So it cures, it comes up, waits 5 seconds, and then comes back down. And that was someone in the Elegoo Discord recommended that to me. I don't need it for the speed. The speed is nice for, like, you know, fulfilling orders for Etsy on time. But there's no point in it going fast if it's gonna, like, rip prints or prints fall off the print bed or, you know, other weird errors happen. Because that's just lost time, you know? But the heated vat is nice and the tilt release is really nice. Slow is fast if you rule out failures, exactly. I used to have it at 2 seconds because that's what my Saturn III Ultra did. Was I had a 2-second rest, and that was to eliminate blooming elephant's foot kind of stuff. So I just copied that to the Saturn IV, but then someone pointed out to me that the build plate is supported differently on the... Because the Saturn III is just the screw jack, and then the build plate, up and down. And that's why you have to manually level it. The Saturn IV auto-levels itself, but it auto-levels itself because it has springs. So after it peels... It's got like some wobble in the spring before it comes down. So if it's still loose from that peeling force, it's going to come down and it's not going to be perfectly... So you give it the 5 seconds to balance itself back out before coming it down. At least that's how it was explained to me. There's the saying, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. We like smooth, I say as I'm sanding out more of this. But one of the guys I talked to also said that, you know, not all the slicers have all the parameters for the 16K yet, so I don't know if like Elegoo needs to release that or if there's a firmware update or something. Don't trust the auto level or the auto detect debris in the vat. I had to replace my LCD screen. Okay, so I think my Saturn III screen is finally starting to go, because I'm getting like weird errors where on one of my prints, like, it was completely obliterated, like there was a void in the middle, and then another print where instead of there being you know, a clean line like a support, it looked like a layer of flakes just on top of each other. And then I'm getting all this like goopy, partially cured crap just floating around in the vat. Shine a torch on the LCD, it might have cracks. I don't have cracks. I have like dark spots that look like fingerprints almost. Not like a dead pixel. It looks like I have this like dark print and it's like behind the screen. Because like I can look at it from different angles and it shifts. It's not like a dead, or maybe that counts as a dead pixel. I don't know. But someone said to like touch or to like check the ribbon cable. And I'm like, how would the ribbon cable have gotten loose? Does it still have the screen protector on it? I don't think the Saturn III Ultra comes with a screen protector. And I've been using it since November, so I haven't had this type of issue for months, and then this issue just reared its head this week. I was gonna reach out to see if my warranty was still good. Hopefully it's not a user error thing. But like I said, I've been using it for an Etsy store, and I've, made quite a few sales, so... If you have a torch, shine it to see if there's cracks. They could be really small, but would account for 2 of the things you described. Okay. Yeah, hopefully not cracked. I've torn FEP sheets before. And that's usually due from user error. User error print fail. But... man, if I obliterated the screen, I'm gonna be pretty mad at myself. When I troubleshoot, I go for quick fixes first. Yeah, but... I don't know what other fixes I can do. I would reach out to see, like, that sounds like a mechanical failure that should be happening right now. Yeah, and it's a thing that's happening in the screen and the projector. It's not anything with, like, the motor. I don't know, everything else works fine. Oh, but I'd have to have kept the original box, right? Shoot. I think that only counts for returns. Hopefully it's not for warranty stuff. Oh, well, maybe it's under warranty and I can get a screen under warranty. I'll still have to replace the screen, but I won't pay $150 for the screen. They'll just ship me one. I don't know. We'll see what their support says. When I got my Saturn IV, I tried to remove the Peel Here tab and couldn't lift it, so I got a flathead to go under lift it. Oh. Whoops. Yeah, I think the Saturn IV Ultra came with a screen protector on it. And that one I accidentally ripped the first sheet that came with it. But since I've replaced the sheet, it's been doing just fine. They were super helpful with me. Warranty replaced the LCD. They shipped me a new one. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'll look into it first and see if they'll honor it. I don't know how long the warranty is. But a couple people I've reached out to say, hey, you haven't had your printer long enough. And I may be a little bit of a power user since I'm using it for an Etsy store, but there's still, I know, everyone I've said is like, it's still kind of early for that to go out. Was a support I missed, and because I cured it, now the support was extra hard. Spot cure these holes. I don't care about the main lightning jagged stuff having holes in it, but I think these little lightning orbs I should make a little bit smooth.
I'd email them tomorrow. They're kind of slow. And you, well, what?
Oh yeah, I had to email them about something else for my 16K, and they were pretty helpful with that. Basically, my 16K came out just fine. I thought I had ruined it out of the box, but nope. Sorry, I don't know why my nose is starting to run. Hopefully it's not because I'm inhaling some of this dust. That'll be very bad for me. I have enough health issues as it is. What resin am I using? This is the 8K ABS-like 3.0 from Elegoo. I was using the water washable for a long time, and then I realized, oh wait, I can't just throw away the water I'm using to rinse, because that water has all the toxic resin residue in it. So then I was like, alright, I'm not really getting the benefit of, so I swapped to using IPA, so I'm like, okay, I'm not getting the benefit of the water washable. So I swapped to the ABS-like, but I think I might have gone a step too far with the ABS-like and that it's really tough. And I might need to just do standard 8K resin or something. Because the supports are a little tough. I also had someone tell me that Elegoo resin is pretty budget. It was the polite way they put it. But I've used nothing but Elegoo resin, so... And I figured, you know, it's an Elegoo printer. How big is the figure? What is it? She's like 11 inches tall is what I'm working on. Like, she comes together like this. I only have the one camera angle, but... I had it put together before I cured her, and before I put the parts in the cure station, I think they measured like 11 inches tall. I know, I mostly make 1/7 scale stuff, you know. I just wanted stuff that would hold a detail at that level. So, you know, we've gotten lines for like you know, characters wearing jeans, zippers, logos on their clothes, all coming through. Oh, if we're doing Warhammer minis to 1/4 statues, holy cow. I guess... Well, if you started at minis and went to 1/4 and I'm doing 1/7, yeah, where am I going to end up at? I've seen the people that use a mix of FDM and resin printers to try to make like half size or even, you know, 1-for-1 statues. And I think those people are insane. Yeah, I like 1/4 though. Doesn't take forever to print and process. And I figure there's probably more market. I mean, looking at it from the Etsy business side of it, there's more market for the 1/7 size because they're more affordable and they take up less space. so they won't dominate. I don't know, I saw a 1/4 cami. Heavy though, I found out with my Vader, he's got a droopy saber. No one likes a droopy saber. Gotta get Vader some of the blue pills. I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. I can't believe they're making a Spaceballs too. Yeah, there's been a lot of trial and error that I've learned with this, and clearly still more I'm learning as I'm trying to troubleshoot my screen problems on my Saturn 3. I don't know, someone told me that once my resin is calibrated, it shouldn't be leaving marks like this on the surface. When I should just be able to go whoop, pull the supports off, no marks, no post-processing. And so that makes me wonder if the ABS like is just too stiff, too hard. The supports are just a little too strong. No, I guess I am using pre-supported crap too. That's not crap. I'm using pre-supported stuff. That's not resin calibration, that's support settings. Is that something I can change in Cheetah Box Basic? Or is that a pro feature? Oh, okay. So you think I could get my ABS like to release prints from their supports a little bit more gently? What I do now is anchor heavy supports at the lowest part of the print. Yeah, I've read doing that. I come from using Voxel Dance Tango with the Saturn 3 Ultra, where the auto supports on that were pretty garbage, so I never messed with it, and I had issues trying to make it work. And then when I found artists who made pre-supported prints, and I just printed the pre-supported stuff, and I was like, oh my gosh, now my prints are actually printing. This is awesome. I just never took the time to learn how to support on my own or edit them or anything. I also made the contact point in the model, the support to model less deep, if that makes sense. Yes, you can. I understand that there's a depth setting. I've looked at the settings, but like I said, I could never get them to work right for me. So I just always left it to pre-supported stuff. But I guess in Cheetah Box you can even edit the I guess you can edit the support settings of the pre-supported models, because it gives me an option to delete the supports in Cheetah Box. So I guess there's got to be a way for me to edit already existing supports. So maybe I can make the contact point on the pre-supported stuff different to match what I'm doing. I don't know if you can re-edit pre-supported. Oh, okay, guess not. Don't be afraid to fail. I am afraid to fail. I don't like having to filter my resin, change everything out, re-level the printer, which is an issue, I guess, on the 4. Worry about ripping the FEP. But I can see where the benefit of learning supports and calibrating my own supports could be beneficial. To be fair though, this print looks good. Thanks. I mean, all I did was print it, but Neko Figurines is the artist who designed this one. And then I've been approached by someone on Discord who is interested in commissioning me to not just print it, but also paint it. So I'm gonna be... I spent the earlier part of this week getting her printed, because it was like 5 build plates to get all the parts off. I didn't realize that the Saturn 4 was slightly smaller than the Saturn 3, so I can't fit as much on each plate. Not the end of the world though. So we will be... Well, I'm going to take pictures of her assembled tonight when I'm done post-processing, so that way I can make a listing on my Etsy store. And then, yeah, my next few hand cam streams are going to be painting. Because after I get the pictures taken, then I can go and prime her. And then we'll paint her. But yeah, she's one of the waifu characters from Bleach. So it's gonna be fun to... It'll be fun to do her, but not that way. In the painting her completely way. But this weekend I think is gonna be video game streams. Next week will probably be the start. The painting journey. But brown skin, purple hair, black clothes, yellow lightning effects. Make her not too worried about. I think I can do a good job painting, is what I'm trying to say. Hopefully she's not as crazy intricate as Corin. I still need to finish Corin, but... Since this is a commission, it's got a little bit of a deadline on it. Whereas Corin is a gift for someone, so I can just work on that when I have time. Try to get all this lumpy stuff off the base. But since this is just the effect that plugs into the base, I don't need to go super hard in smoothing this out. This is just to make it mate better. Some of these dots are going to be distracting, so I'm going to fill them in. It's too much. High-tech toothpick UV flashlight technology. Dots on the outside here. I think that fills it up. The rest of this looks alright. Looks to be wind effects picking up some debris. And we have the base, which, oh, there's a couple of supports that I missed. Not too worried about. I'm not going to clean up after them because it's a broken rocky base. So if it looks rough, who cares? It's supposed to look that way. I'll just sand down the bottom so it's nice and smooth, so it sits evenly. It doesn't rock back and forth on the shelf. Ton of dust. Do a little sanding underneath and on the edges. Couple of rough spots. All right. Well, I think that takes care of everything. So that's all I got for tonight. Ugh. Take my gloves off. Probably gonna get my vacuum and vacuum up all this dust. Get my sticky tack stick her together so I can pose her. Take the pictures, create the Etsy listing, all that stuff. But next time you guys see Yoruichi, she will be primed. I always prime in white so the colors come through nice and vibrantly. She's not like a Warhammer figure where you want the kind of like muted, matte, grim, dark appearance. She's an anime character. We're going to want her to make all the colors pop, even the dark colors, like the purples and stuff. So, actually, I'm definitely going to vacuum all this up. I can see there's like a cloud of dust just on everything, so. I will give Rocky pats. Don't worry, Daniel. He's been quietly asleep behind me. Tomorrow at the usual time, I'll be playing RimWorld. So if you want to join and be part of the journey through space on our grav ship, I will be naming my colonists after viewers. I will probably get copyright for this song because it's not on the playlist. Whoops. Oh well. What can you do? Let's see. We should raid. We should find some people to raid. Yeah, YouTube Mercenary, you stay dangerous. Let's see. I don't have the RimWorld stream set up, so I can't raid into myself. Let's see. I should refresh Twitch. Since I've had the same Twitch window up, maybe not everyone's there. Oh, Crimson Keep is playing Sims 4, and she's making VTubers in the create a sim. I don't know why talking. Good stopping point since I apparently can't talk anymore. So we will /raid Crimson Keep _VT. Cool. All right, and then on YouTube, I won't raid into myself. I'll find someone else for us to raid. Let's see who's live on YouTube. Hit the redirect. Let's go ahead and a lot of people playing one ice latte with your. Why do I follow people playing this game? Yuki and Yuna are playing golf with your friends. Oh, they started about an hour ago, so. Twins playing with twins. Okay, we'll have to go watch that. All right. No, it's over. Don't worry, Exodus. I'll be back tomorrow for RimWorld. Sorry, Joe, I'm stopping here. I got everything sanded. I need to clean up after the sanding, and then we'll get her primed and ready for painting. So yeah, sorry, dude. I'll be playing RimWorld tomorrow, so be sure to tune in for that. You guys are gonna go watch Crimson Keep play The Sims and make VTubers on Twitch, and then here on YouTube we're gonna go watch Yuki and Yuna play golf with friends with a couple other twins. So you guys have a great rest of your night. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow for RimWorld out by Twitch. And if I don't see you tomorrow, then hopefully you guys have a great weekend. All right. Let's take care, make good decisions, all that fun stuff. And I'll see you later.